All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Alicia Siegel. I am the lead teaching artist at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. I will be your host for the day, and I am thrilled to welcome you back to our annual Kids Week Festival this year virtually. Now, what an amazing week we have had, huh? And even just yesterday alone, we had so many amazing programs. We had that incredible Perseverance rover landing, and then, of course, that really awesome astronomy live last night with Das from Kerbal Space Academy, who you are going to get to see a little bit later today too. So we have a lot, of course, that we have set before us. We have a lot to do today, and I think that we're going to possibly top it even today. So we have so many exciting things that are coming up, like fun activities and demonstrations, a NASA astronaut even, and so much, much more. So, as you are watching everyone each program today, if you have a question or comment for any of our guests, we encourage you to ask them right there in the chat or in the comment section. And during each program, our guests will answer some of your questions for you. We will also have an American Sign Language interpreter right there throughout the day on all of our live programs as well. So, before we introduce our first guest, for those of you who are not familiar with the Intrepid, the museum is home to amazing historic artifacts that you can view and experience. We have 28 of the world's military aircraft and the Concorde, a Cold War submarine called the Growler, a NASA space shuttle, and of course, the national landmark, the National Historic aircraft carrier, the Intrepid. So lots of cool stuff for all ages. We really hope that you can come visit us sometime. While the Intrepid Museum is closed right now, we hope that when we do reopen, you can come by. And for now, we have a ton of engaging virtual programming every week. So you can go to our website, intrepidmuseum.org, to learn more at any time. And now, here is a little video about some of the great things that we have and do at the museum. Take a look.
So the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum is truly a bridge, and through the lens of history, we can actually connect the past to the future.
Is in use today. These ships still use.
These things are not relics. They're as inspirational as they were 7 decades ago, and they're very important and relevant to that next generation of engineers, scientists, and the problem solvers. Thrust and gravity and lift, all these concept flight are available to learn.
To fly is change the amount of lift generated on her wings.
It's such a sensory experience. You can still smell the oil. My name's Nick Lawrence. I'm an assistant principal at a school in the South Bronx. This is the 5th year our students will be coming to the Intrepid. If you're in this space where things were happening, it's easier to think about and really envision what people were going through.
What's your ages, guys?
16.
Wow. In 1967, in the war zone, this ship was run by your age group. Think about it. That's why you would come in as a kid and you left as a man, because you had to.
You're able to visualize how the events would affect you.
Seeing the planes and things that were around during the time that you're learning about in a textbook, like, it's crazy to me.
I found it magical. During Kids Week, we met a veteran who actually served on the Intrepid, and he was telling us stories like how they used to eat out of their helmets.
I think lessons are learned from history. I think it's great that, children come and see the ship as it is now and all the exhibits here.
For me, Intrepid is a compelling place to think about history. This little piece of metal is a piece of shrapnel. It lodged in the hip of a sailor named Edward Winfrey, who was on the flight deck at the time Intrepid was struck by a kamikaze aircraft. Supporting the Intrepid Museum allows us to preserve and present history, not just to our audiences who come here today, but also for future generations. Audiences down the road can ask their own questions about Intrepid's history.
The mission that it's on now will never end. If people keep giving and supporting this ship, it'll go on forever. It's alive and living in Manhattan. In Manhattan, when I'm on the flight deck in the evening, the lights come on the city. Are you kidding me? It's an incredible experience.
All right, now everyone, You are in for a special treat. Up first, we are going to have RoboFun with a video game coding workshop. So you are going to be able to watch an entire video game made from beginning to end using a software called Scratch. So that's coming up in just about 10 minutes at 10:15. So stay tuned. We will be right back. All right, so welcome back to Virtual Kids Week, everyone. Up next, we have Noah from RoboFun, who's going to be walking us through a video game coding workshop. So Noah, are you there? Hi, welcome to the stream. Welcome to Kids Week, and take it away.
Thank you. Glad to be here. So, hi everybody. I'm with an organization called RoboFun, and we do classes for children to learn about engineering, science, coding, and technology. And we do it through activities that kids love and engage in, like Lego robotics and Minecraft, and various technologies like that. And today, I have recorded a video of myself making one of my favorite games, a Space Invader game, using Scratch, a software called Scratch. It's an open source software, so you can find it online and create an account and start coding yourself anytime. So my intention is that this video be inspiring and helpful to get you engaged in coding and starting on your own Scratch journey. And whenever you guys are ready, we can play the video, and then we'll probably stop like halfway. Hey everybody, this is Noah Diamond at RoboFun, and I am a program manager here and a teacher. And today I'm going to share with you about the software called Scratch. Scratch is a fantastic software for kids to learn the basics of coding and coding concepts, and also to design their own video game. And today I'm going to be taking you through designing a full game. Now, the idea here is to give you a taste of Scratch, to give you a sense of it, since you're watching and not necessarily following along at the same time. I'm not going to go into every detail, but I will share most of the overall concepts and give you a sense of it. So this is something we do with a lot of our students at RoboFun. We teach them coding through Scratch, and they get to design tons of different games. Today, I'm going to design a version of a classic game called Space Invaders. So first, over here, you can see that I've got my screen where my game is actually played, and there's this little cat character. I'm just going to delete that character by clicking an X. And over here, I've got this empty space. And over here, I've got different colored circles. And when I click on them, I see these different blocks. Now, these different blocks are what we call code. Code is like a set of instructions, and the instructions tell my game what to do. So if I told you, go to the store, get some milk, that's a set of instructions, right? And the order of those instructions matters. If I said, get some milk, go to the store, that wouldn't really make sense, right? So in the same way, our blocks, our code has to be put in a particular order to make things happen in our game. So we're going to start, though, by creating a character. So I'm going to go over here to where it says choose a sprite, and I'm going to click paint. Now, when I click on that, this appears over here, and this is what's called a paint editor where I can design my character. Now, I'm going to make a kind of a spaceship jet for my Space Invader game. Going to keep it pretty simple. Doesn't have to be perfect. I just want it to look kind of cool. There we go. And I'm going to add on these boosters in the back. Now, where this can get fun after I draw my lines is I'm going to grab this paint bucket, and I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to use this feature to divide the colors. So I can give it pretty cool color scheme. Then I think I want to fill in that section here with a different color. Let's see. Ooh, yeah. So what's happening is my line that I'm using isn't thick enough. So I have to just go over one more time. Then I'm actually going to go into this different mode where a paint bucket can be filled in a little more easily. Let's see. All right, that's okay. So I'm going to go then to, I know what I'll do. I'm going to make some flames coming out the back. Then I'm going to fill those in with that dual color scheme I was telling you before. Yeah, that looks good. Then let's get these filled in as well. Back to more of that original. There we go. Okay. All right, now I always think it's important. Kids love designing. If you're a kid, you're gonna love making these. It's super fun, but also we wanna make sure that we actually get to coding. So I'm not gonna take too long doing it. And over here, I'm gonna go where it says size, and I'm gonna shrink my ship down to a little bit of size. Okay, great. So now I've got my main ship. Now I wanna design my background. So I'm gonna go over here, and for my background, I'm going to make it a pretty classic, black background, fill it in, and then I'm going to grab my paintbrush and just get some stars in there. Just some, kind of a classic space background. I think it'll be fun also to add a moon. So I'm going to use this circle tool, and I'm going to make it really white. And there we got a moon over there. Maybe we'll get one more planet, like a Saturn type looking planet. Oops. Let's leave that. There we go. Go over here. Now we can change this one. So you can really get playful with the coloration, with the coloring. There we go. Nice. All right, there we go. Now I've got my background. I've got my main ship. Now in this game, we also have a ship above us, and we're going to be shooting a laser up at that ship. It's going to be shooting a laser down at us. So let's go design that other ship by creating another sprite. Actually, one trick I can do with this is I could just duplicate this guy and then change his color. Maybe I'll mark this one with different colors to denote that this is a different ship. Okay, gonna delete this one. And then of course, probably since this one's gonna be facing down, I wanna reverse his direction. There we go. Put him up top, put this guy down below. All right, great. I've got my two ships, got my background. So they're going to be shooting lasers at each other and avoiding each other. And, they're playing some laser tag. And then if one of them loses a certain amount of health, then they are going to be defeated. The other one will win. So what I want to do now is actually create two lasers for each of them. So I'm going to give the bad guy ship up top a purple laser. And I'm going to give the bottom one a red laser. Okay, great. Now I've got my lasers, I've got my ships, I've got my background, and I also should create a background for if I win the game or if I lose the game. So what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to keep it really simple, and I'm going to go into my stage, And again, I'm going to duplicate it twice, but in one of them, I'm going to say, you lose. And in the other one, I'll say, with a bit of a happier color, you win. Okay, great. Now I've got my main background and my two other backgrounds. I always want to start my game on the main background though. So now I'm going to get into the coding, and anything about how the characters look, about how the backgrounds look, that's all in this section called looks. Makes sense, right? And I want to tell my game that when I start, I should always be on my first backdrop. My backdrop, actually not one, let me get rid of that, there. Backdrop 1. And then I want to use this code that says when green flag is clicked, switch to backdrop 1, because I start my game by clicking the green flag over here. So when green flag's clicked, switch to backdrop 1. Right, so I've got that set. Now I want to give my main character some movement. So again, we're going to get into the coding here. I'm going to go to this circle that says events. Events controls when things happen. For example, your birthday is an event, and it happens on the same date that you were born, right? So the event that I want to put here is when space key is pressed. So when I push my space key on my computer, I want something to happen. Well, actually, I'm going to switch it up a little. I want to use my arrow keys to make my ship move. So I want to say when I push my right arrow key, my spaceship moves to the right. So I'm going to go over to this section called motion. I'm going to say move 10 steps. Let's see if it works. Great, that's working. All right, so I'm going to I don't want to add a box. I'm going to duplicate this, but I'm going to do when left arrow key is pressed, let's move to the left. And I'm pressing the left arrow key, but it's not working. That's because I actually have to add one more code. I have to go here and say the direction that I want my spaceship to go once I push the arrow. So first, when right arrow key is pushed, I'm going to point in the direction 90 degrees, which is right, and then move 10 steps. So I've got to do the same thing now for moving left, except I've got to make it go left. Oh, look at that. It flipped upside down. So one more thing is I want to go to direction and tell it not to rotate by clicking this line through the arrow. So now I can go left, I can go right. All right, it's all looking good so far, except, you know what? It's a little choppy for my taste. It feels a little choppy. So I'm going to do an even more advanced code. I'm going to say when green flag is clicked, that's when I start my game. I'm going to go to this code that says forever. That's a loop. That means anything inside of this will happen forever. I'm going to say forever if I'm touching, if the key right arrow is pressed, then I'm going to do this thing. Now, because I'm putting it in a loop, it's going to be a little more seamless, a little less choppy. Then I'll do the same thing for the left arrow. But I also want to change it to negative 90. Now I'm going to click the green flag. Yeah, and you can even see, look how much more smoothly that's going. Great, so now my ship can move. Great, now I've got to make my bad guy ship move. Now, the bad guy doesn't have anybody controlling it. It's automatic. So what we're going to do for that is we're going to give it this code that tells it to glide. And that will have it, glide to, right now I'm clicking it and it says glide to random position. But what I actually wanted to do is I actually wanted to glide from the position over here to the position over here. So I'm going to bring my bad guy ship here, and then I'm going to go to that glide, and these numbers, they're called coordinates. The X and Y numbers tell me where the ship should go. And now it should always go to this spot when I click on this. Okay, great. So then I'm going to bring it over to the other side, which will cause the numbers over here to change, and I'll tell it to go there. So now it should go from there back to there. And remember that forever loop I was showing you before? We want to bring that out so it can go back and forth forever inside the loop. Then we want to bring out that when green flag is clicked so it can do that over and over again. Look at that. Now that's very fast. It's moving very quickly. So I may want to slow it down by telling it to wait 1 second in between. Now that gives our ship a bit more of a chance. Hey everybody, and we're just pausing for a moment to check in to see if anybody has any questions about Scratch or the code or anything going on. Yes, absolutely. Even though Scratch doesn't look the same way as coding like Python or something like that, where you're actually typing out a language, the type of thinking that Scratch introduces kids to is the same type of thinking that a person would eventually get to with more advanced types of coding. You've got things like loops and if-then sequences, and the order of the language really matters. So it introduces really great rudimentary coding thought patterns and ways of thinking that can really assist kids with more advanced coding later. I have been doing Scratch, I would say, for 7 years now. And RoboFun is also developing a Python curriculum, so I'm currently learning Python as well. The games can actually get very advanced. If you go to scratch.mit.edu, and you can actually browse and see that the games become extremely sophisticated when you're bringing in different variables and things like that, and you can start creating curve movement and effects that simulate gravity, and they can actually get quite advanced, even though they just have that two-dimensional appearance. Some people also can design them so it looks like they're three-dimensional. It's called scrolling, or where the screen will go up as the character moves. So they can get very interesting. Now, this is gonna be the most complex code we've gone over so far. In my red laser, I want to tell this laser when the game starts, I don't want to see the laser, because it doesn't appear until my spaceship ejects it, right? So when green flag is clicked, I actually want to go to this code that says hide, and I want my laser hidden. So when green flag's clicked, it's gone. But when I click my space key, I want my laser to appear, but I don't want it to appear just anywhere. I want it to appear in front of my ship. So I want to tell my laser, when space key's clicked, go to sprite 1. Sprite 1 is my ship, right? I'm going to name it my ship. Here's the bad guy ship. Can name this bad guy laser, big guy laser, or my ship laser. Okay. When I click the space key, it goes to my ship. Then I want it to show. All right, look at that. So wherever I am, click the space key and my laser's going right there. But now, I don't want it to just do that. What I want it to do afterwards is I actually want it to go up, so it looks like it's shooting up to the top. So I want to pull up this code that says repeat until. And what I want it to repeat doing is going up. So if you remember what I showed you before, we can do point and direction up and then move 10 steps. So now it's when I click the space key, it's going to go up. Oop, I better make sure it doesn't do that rotating. There we go. But right now my laser's gone off forever because it's just continuing to go up. So what I need to tell it to do is I want to tell it to repeat until something happens. And what that thing is I want to tell it to repeat until it touches either the edge of the screen or the bad guy ship. So now I'm going to go to this section, sensing, which controls the senses in the game, like touching. And I'm going to say repeat until touching edge, or touching the bad guy ship. Look at that. Now it's going to keep going until it's touching the edge or the bad guy ship. And of course, once it does that, I want it to look like it's disappearing. So I'm going to tell it to hide. There we go. Now it looks like I'm shooting my laser. Great. This is doing well so far. Now I want to take the same code and I want to bring it into the bad guy laser. So I'm going to hover it above and release it, and it should go into the bad guy laser. But once I go in here, I'm going to switch a few things up. This code didn't go through. All right. What I want to switch up here, guys, is first, I don't want it to, when I press the space bar, I want it automatically happening because the bad guy isn't controlled by any character. So I'm going to do when green flag's clicked, and I'm going to put the whole thing in a forever loop, the whole thing. So it just happens by itself. Then the laser's not going to go to my ship. It's going to go to the bad guy ship, right? And I don't want it pointing up. I want it pointing down. And I don't want it touching the bad guy ship to disappear. It'll be touching my ship or the edge, right? Now, it looks like the laser's not appearing. Why is that? I suspect it's because my bad guy is a little too high and a little too close to the edge. It might not be the reason, though. So I'm going to make him a little higher. Okay, so what it was, guys, was that the laser was too high. It was positioned too high. So now he can shoot his, I can shoot mine. All right, and now this is where it gets interesting. Now we want to make sure that our characters actually, there's actually a game, right? Right now, nobody is losing or winning. We're just shooting lasers. So I want to create what's called a variable for me and the bad guy ship. And a variable is basically a way of keeping score. So in a basketball game, you could call the points a variable. So I want to create a variable for my ship, and I'll call it health. And then I want to make a variable for the bad guy ship, and I'll call it bad guy ship health. Capitalization in there. Okay, great. So now we have our respective health. So in my ship, I want to make sure that I set my health. When I start the game, I want, say, 10 points. And then in my bad guy ship, I want to make sure that he gets 10 points. I mean, excuse me, not points, 10 health points, right? And then every time my laser hits him, he's going to lose 1 health point. So how do we do that? Similar to what we did before with the forever if. We're going to do when green flag's clicked, forever if. And this is where it gets interesting. We're going to go do some math here and use this old greater than or less than sign and say forever if, you know what? I am completely wrong. We're not there yet. I was tricking you. What we're actually going to do is say forever if touching, if my bad guy ship is touching what? Will he lose health? If he's touching my ship's laser, right? So when he's touching my ship's laser, we're going to change bad guy ship health by -1. He'll lose some health. And then I got to make sure that I give it a little bit of time between. I'm going to give it 0.5 seconds. That's half a second. So we can't lose too much at once. And let's see now. Look at that. I hit him. Oh, I'll start the game. So we each have 10 health. Now if I hit him, his health went down to 9, right? I'll expand the screen later so we can see it even better. Now I'm going to take this code. I'm going to copy it into my ship, but I'm going to switch a few things around. I'm going to make it when I'm touching the bad guy laser, and I change my health. So now I'm hit. I lose a health point. All right, looking good so far. We're almost done. So now we're going to go into the backdrops, and we're going to do some code in here. This is what I was getting at before. We're going to say, back to that forever if, when green flag's clicked, forever if, here's where we bring in the greater less than. If ever my health is less than what number will I lose? My health is less than 1, right? Then I'm going to lose. So I'll put a 1 here, and I'll take the variable of my health, And I'll say, if ever it's lesson 1, then I want to switch to that backdrop that says you lose, which is the third backdrop. Oops. Nope. Second backdrop. Backdrop 2. And then I want to just stop everything. I want to stop all of it if that happens. And then the same thing with my bad guy. If the bad guy's health is less than 1, then we're going to switch to the backdrop that says you win, right? I think it's 4. Let's see. Backdrop 4. This is backdrop 3. All right. So let's test it out. So okay, guys, I had made one mistake. Instead of putting the stop all down here, which is in the forever loop, which means that we're always stopping it, just have to put it up here. All right, now here we go. So now let's see if I get him 10 times before he gets me. Then I will win, and if not, I will lose. I'm gonna pause so you don't have to watch the whole thing. Now I have unpaused here where he's got 1 health left so that you can see. There we go. And I win. Awesome. So you can see that this very simple game, which is fun but simple, does involve a lot of complex components to it. I hope that you enjoyed watching. Just to recap it quickly, we created our sprites over here. Once we designed them, we made a good guy ship, a bad guy ship, and 2 lasers. Then we gave each of our ships movement. I gave my guy movement by allowing myself to press the arrow keys to move him around. I gave my bad guy ship movement by using that forever loop, and then having him use that glide function. And then I gave them their lasers, both the capacity to move by having them appear in the right place at the right time, and then move upward or downward until they touched the good or bad ships respectively. And then I gave everybody health, and then made the health go down when the lasers that the other ship shot hit them, right? So, of course, I know this was very fast. There's a lot to it, but this is just to give you a sense of how fun it could be and the different types of code involved. You can learn more about it at www.robofun.org, and we have a variety of awesome gaming classes like this for you to check out. So I hope you enjoyed. Have a great day. I look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Again, I hope you enjoyed that and it was educational or valuable or inspires you to go check out Scratch. If there's, I can take any other questions for a moment. If there's any other questions. So I answered that one before about how advanced the games can get. They can get really advanced. They can involve like simulating gravity and making your characters or items like curve, or including having the screen scroll up or sideways, or they can get very advanced. That's a great question. If you just Google join Scratch, you'll be taken to a page on the Scratch website where you just can enter your email and birthday, I believe it is, and then they'll send you a link, and you can open the link and you are good to go. The advice that I would give somebody to start out on Scratch is to have a balance between getting support from someone who is more experienced, because it can be really frustrating when you're trying to do things and you don't understand how to do it at the beginning. So having somebody that knows how to do it and can guide you is really supportive to get started, and supplementing that also with spending time playing around with it yourself. There definitely are a variety of online resources you can use for it. On YouTube, there's tutorials, and on the Scratch website, there's tutorials. However, for depending on the age of a child learning it, obviously the younger they are, the more challenging that is, and the more helpful it is more helpful those tutorials are for older children. In either case, though, again, it can be frustrating when you get stuck with something and you're like not sure what to do. So having some kind of support or guidance from somebody directly that is more knowledgeable is really helpful, so that you can solve problems quickly and feel empowered about it and keep going.
Wow, Noah, that was absolutely phenomenal. That was so cool to watch you make a game from start to finish like that. And I have to say, it kind of reminded me of when I was a kid learning coding. It seems like back in the Stone Ages now. I used to have this, it was this program where there's a little turtle that you moved around. I think it was Logo.
Yeah.
Maybe some parents out there watching this now also will remember this. But that is so much cooler. You get to make rocket ships and lasers, and what an amazing way to just be so much more engaging and fun while learning coding too. I wish I had that. That was amazing.
Awesome.
So-
Yeah. I remember that. I think it's called Logo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The little it was just a turtle in a line, and you're like, go up 3, go left 6. And I mean, it was fun, but not as fun as that. So thank you so much for being here. That was incredible. And yes, Scratch, I believe, is free. So definitely everyone check that out too, and check out RoboFun too. Thanks again, Noah, for being here on the stream with us.
Thank you so much. It was great.
Thanks. All right, so everyone, we have so much more amazing programming coming up. But first, did you know that the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum offers virtual programs for groups with students in grades K through 12, learning pods, homeschool groups, after-school programs, groups of all ages, and more? All programs are tailored to specific grade levels, and they can be modified for groups that include students with disabilities too. So all you have to do is go to intrepidmuseum.org/education for more information and to register. Now, up next, we have a great program from Franz on our very own amazing Intrepid Education team, all about star stories. So for millennia, people have gazed at the night sky and created stories about all of the fun pictures that they see up there in the stars. So you won't want to miss it. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. So stay tuned, and we will see you then. All right, my friends, welcome back to Virtual Kids Week. It is 11 o'clock, and that means it is time for some star stories with my good friend and colleague Franz from, where else? The Intrepid Museum. So, Franz, are you there?
Yep, hi.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Great, how are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm so excited that you're here, and I cannot wait to see your program. All right, take it away.
Thank you so much. So, hello, everyone. My name is Franz. I'm a museum educator at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, where our mission is to honor our heroes, educate the public, and inspire our youth. We do that by doing lots of different programs like this. And you guys are here for Star Stories. This is one of our virtual Intrepid adventures that you all can join on Tuesdays and Thursdays by finding more information at intrepidmuseum.org. But today we're going to be talking about the stars, right? Looking up and seeing what the stars can tell us, right? About navigation, about cultures, about history, and about where we are in the universe, right? Now, before we begin talking about stars and how cool stars truly are, we got to talk about why we're talking about stars, right? Now, if you've been with us throughout the week, you might know the reason why we are talking about space stuff today. And the reason is because the Intrepid helped out with things that went into outer space a long time ago. When capsules go up into outer space, they come back down, and usually they land in the ocean. When they land in the ocean, they send really big ships out to go pick them up, and that's what the Intrepid did. The Intrepid picked up 2 capsules after they returned, and astronauts, after they returned from outer space. And that's our connection to outer space. That's why we talk about space. But another connection that navigators would have had on Intrepid, or at least navigators a long time ago also had, was looking up at the stars to be able to tell us where we are in the world, right? A long time ago, we didn't really understand what the world looked like, right? It wasn't until we decided to take a trip off the ground and look up, and look down, that we got to see what our Earth looked like. And it wasn't until we took a trip out of our planet that we truly got to understand what our world looked like, right? But it all started by us looking up at the stars. So that's actually what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be using free software that anyone can download, and we'll see if we can put that into the comments for you all before the end of the program. But this program is called Stellarium, and this is a really cool techie program that anyone can use for free online. Also, you can use it downloading it on your computer as well. So I'm going to show you all what it looks like. It looks like this, right? Now, where are we? Well, as you can look right here, we are Earth, New York, right? So we are right here in New York City. New York City doesn't quite look like this, but this is where it is in terms of the longitude and the latitude, right? And as we look around, you can see the cardinal points, right? West, north, south, east, and west. You can see northwest, right? You can see the corners, right? But when we look up, we don't see any stars, or do we? You all can let me know in the comments if when we look up into the sky right now, if we're seeing any stars. Let me know if we're seeing any stars as we look up right now, right? We look up and we see this blue sky, right? Now, when we look up and we see the blue sky, sometimes we take that for granted. We don't really understand why it's blue. The reason why the sky is blue is because of our atmosphere, right? And our atmosphere has an element in it called oxygen, right? And oxygen is really, really good at taking light and scattering it, and scattering blue light particularly well, right? So that's the reason why our sky is blue, right? And during the day, when we look up, we can't see many stars, right? We can't see any stars, but I see some folks in the comment section already answered my question. When we look up, though, we can see one star, right? We can see this big bright star. And although the sun is pretty awesome, it's pretty special, and it's our star, it is kind of annoying because it's so bright, right? Because it's so bright and our atmosphere acts like a lens, it takes that blue light and scatters it everywhere, right? So our atmosphere is also not really the best at for stargazing, right? But with this really cool software, we can actually get rid of our atmosphere, and we can see what the stars look like right now. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the stars are always out, right? So when we look up, we can see these shining dots, right? These shining lights in the sky, right? Now, today, as I said before, we're going to be talking about how we can use this to figure out navigation, but we're also going to talk about how people looked up and they saw different things. when he looked up at the sky, right? Now, in terms of navigation, when we look up, it's easier to navigate and to figure out where you are in relation to other things if you can find some really good fixed points, right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, you all can let me know in the chat if you know what this word is. What do we call a noticeable grouping of stars, right? Sometimes when we think about them with imaginary lines drawn in between them, right? And these things, these stars, these imaginary stars, these groupings, almost seem to sometimes resemble pictures in the night sky. What do we call those? Does anyone know what we call those collection of stars? Well, when you get a bunch of stars together, you actually can draw some lines like connecting the dots. You can create constellations, right? Now, oops, sorry, gotta get rid of this. Just click that again. Click that off. There we go. Now, if we look up, right, we can see different stars, right? And we can actually start drawing these imaginary lines in between the stars and making our own constellations, right? And constellations are groupings of stars. So that's actually what we're going to do now. And all we have to do is bring up these lines, right? We can look up and we can see constellations, groupings of stars. And some of these kind of look like stuff. Other ones don't. Like, you all can let me know in the comments what you think this one looks like right above north here. What do you think this constellation looks like here? Right? But these constellations are 88 that we can see from our planet. And these, we'll talk about what these 88 mean, right? But these 88 constellations are the ones that we really kind of look up and we see, right? Now, this first one that we see here, some people think it looks like an animal. Some people think it looks like something else, right? This one here is a very important one. This one's called Ursa Major, right? And that translates to the Great Bear. Now, in the Great Bear constellation, there are 7 really important stars, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So these 7 stars make up something that I've seen someone write in the comment section. These 7 stars make up the Big Dipper, right? Now, here is something that's probably going to blow everyone's mind. I know it blew my mind when I figured this out. But the Big Dipper, although we think it is not actually a constellation. Now, why isn't it a constellation? Have we been lied to our whole lives? No. It's what we call an asterism. And an asterism is just a fancy word for saying almost like constellation within a constellation, right? It's because when we look up in the night sky, sometimes these stars are hard to see, right? But some of them are a little bit easier to spot. So if we got rid of these lines, seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stars here might be pretty noticeable in the sky. So then that way we can find the rest of the stars that make up Ursa Major, right? So it's just a way for us to quickly find a constellation. So the Big Dipper is not a constellation. It's a kind of a distinguishing constellation within a constellation, right? But why is the Big Dipper important? Well, the Big Dipper is important because, as I said, it's a part of Ursa Major. And these 2 stars here in Ursa Major point to a very important star here in Ursa Minor, or the Little Dipper, right? You can see how this one's the big one and this one's the small one, right? But if we look at these 2 stars going all the way up here to this star, you all can let me know in the chat, in the comments, what is this star, right? And why is this star so important? I'll give you all a hint. I'm going to fast forward time here, and I want you all to pay close attention to this star. Look at what happens when we fast forward time. So as time moves, we see all of these constellations spinning, right? They're moving in the sky. But if we look at this one star here, it doesn't move, right? It stays right here. And look at its position, right in the north, right? Yes, I see some folks in the comments saying it. This star here is known as Polaris, or the North Star. And the reason why it's known as the North Star is because it's always in the north, right? And the reason why this happens is because of this. Ladies and gentlemen, our planet is a sphere, right? But our planet isn't straight on its axis. It's actually tilted forward slightly. It's almost like if your head's straight and you tilt your head kind of like this. And then if you rotate and spin around something, it's almost like this point right here is at the top of your head, right? So it's like this point here is almost at the top of the earth. And as we spin around, it doesn't move, right? And so because we can always see the North Star here in the north, in the northern sky, we can figure out and we can map out the sky. But even more importantly, we can map out our planet based off of where the stars are, right? So that's how ancient navigators used these stars in order to figure out where they were on Earth, right? And also to figure out time as well, right? Now, so I'm gonna zoom out a bit here. Now, when we look up at these constellations, as I said before, some of them look like stuff. Some of them don't quite look like anything at all. Like, for instance, this one right here. What does this one look like? Right? This one that has a triangle and a square. How about this one that looks like kind of like a mountain range? Right? These don't necessarily look like much. But what if I told you that this one here that looks like a sideways house is actually a king? And this one right here that looks like the mountain is actually a queen. You might not think that by looking up there, but what if I put up some artwork? And maybe some names, so that way we can see this, right? So this is another way how we can understand the night sky, is by telling stories, right? So that's what I'm going to tell you all today. I'm going to tell you a couple of stories that are tied to some of these constellations in the night sky. But before we do that, I just want to see if there's any questions. Are there any questions so far? Oh, what is the closest star to our planet? So besides the sun, which is 93 million miles away, or a light year away, besides the sun, the closest star to our planet is Alpha Centauri. And to tell you how close that is, as I said before, the sun is a mere light year away. Alpha Centauri is 4 light years away. So it's pretty far. Yeah. Why can't we see that many stars in New York City? It's a great question. So the reason why we can't really see stars in New York City as much as we can see it someplace and other places in the country is because of the fact that New York City happens to be one of the brightest cities in the world, right? The city that never sleeps because lights are always on, right? Because we have so much light pollution, and light just kind of just think about the sun, right? The sun's so bright that we can't see other stars, usually when it's out because of our atmosphere, but also because the sun's just very bright, right? And that's the same case with the lights in New York City and the stars. Because the lights are so bright, we can't see the stars as much. And what is a light year? Great question. A light year, I said that before, a light year is the distance that light travels within a year. So to put that in perspective, if you are a beam of light and you were leaving, if you were leaving somewhere and traveling really far, the distance that you did in a year would be a light year, right? Whereas the sun is about 8 light minutes away from us, right? So that we see the sun, we see the light from the sun about 8.5 minutes before after it leaves the sun, right? So if we see a star in the sky, and it takes you a year to get there, that light is about a year old. So it's about more of a measurement of distance rather than time as much, right? So now let's jump back in and share. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna share this. Here we go. So now when we look at these two here, now let me tell you the story about these two. First of all, you have this woman here, Miss Cassiopeia. Now, Cassiopeia is a queen. She's married to King Cepheus, who's right next to her in the night sky, right? And King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia ruled a kingdom. Now, Queen Cassiopeia, if you look closely at what she's actually holding a mirror right here, right? And now this mirror that she's holding, you can see in the, you can see in the mirror here, you can see her face. You see, she would sit around all day talking about how beautiful she was, how she was the most beautiful woman in the world. And the ancient gods did not like this. So they decided to punish King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia. So what they decided to do was they decided to send a monster to destroy their kingdom, right? Now, King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia did not want this. So what they decided to do was offer up a little bit of a trade. They decided to offer up their daughter, Andromeda. So their Andromeda is right there. You all can see her right here. And you might notice she has something around her wrist. These happen to be chains because she was ended up being chained to a rock, right? And then that sea monster was sent after her to eat her, right? Now, if we look around the night sky, you guys can let me know if you see a sea monster anywhere here. I see a dragon. You might see a bear. You might see some people. You might see a bull. But then if we look over close to Andromeda, you might notice this weird looking thing over here. This is Cetus the sea monster. And I like to look at Cetus without the artwork for a while, just to see what his body kind of looks like, right? Yeah, good job. So this is Cetus the sea monster. And Cetus the sea monster went after Andromeda. Now, Andromeda, though, she had a little boyfriend. Right next to her here is Perseus. You guys can let me know in the comments if you've ever heard of Perseus and what feat he did. As a matter of fact, just to give you an idea, let's move the labels here. Let's zoom into what he's holding. And let's get rid of these lines too. What is he holding? What's in his hand? What is this thing here? Right? It looks like it has eyes, a nose, a mouth. It also looks like it has weird hair. And actually, if you look at the ends of the hair, it actually looks like worms or snakes. Let me know in the comments if you know anyone in Greek mythology with snakes for hair. Yeah, I see some answers in the comments. Yeah, we have the head of Medusa. That's because Perseus actually fought Medusa and he ended up cutting off her head. And the reason why is because she has these very powerful eyes, right? And these eyes, if you look into the eyes, you turn into stone, right? So Perseus used his shield in order to see where she was and then chopped off her head and kept it as a souvenir. But then he used the head, shined the eyes right directly into Cetus's eyes and turned Cetus into stone. And Perseus, Andromeda, Queen Cassiopeia, and King Cepheus lived happily ever after, right? So that was one story. Oops, sorry. Another story I like to tell happens to be about this gentleman right here. You might know him. He's really famous, specifically for an accessory that he's wearing. Let's see if we can see that accessory. What constellation is this? And I will say, in this constellation, there's a very famous asterism, and that's his accessory, right? And I see a guess in the chat, in the comments. We have Orion. Yes, this is Orion, the constellation of Orion, right? And our Orion has this very, very fancy belt. Okay, now, if we just get rid of these, sometimes when you click on stuff, you have words that pop up. And these words on the side are just telling you a little bit more information about the spot that you're clicking in, right? But let's bring this back up. Let's bring up the names. Now, Orion was very famous for battling Taurus the bull, right? And that's actually who's right over here, right? And that's who he's battling here. Orion was very, very well known for being the greatest warrior there was, right? For defeating Taurus, for defeating so many different things. Now, Artemis was the goddess of the hunt, and she really, really appreciated Orion for his bravery. And Orion really liked that Artemis liked him. So what he decided to do one night was he decided to really impress her. So he went into the forest and he hunted all the animals in the forest. Now, Artemis believed that you only hunt for things if you need it for food, for clothing. So she didn't like that Orion was kind of being vain or kind of just being all about himself. So she decided to punish him. And he did battle. He did battle with something that's not in the night sky right now, actually. Now, why is it in the night sky? Well, him and this thing actually battled to the death. They both killed each other. And then Zeus put them both in the night sky. But kind of like how my mom treated me and my brother when we were younger and we got into little disagreements, he separated them and put them on opposite ends of the room. Right? Now, the thing that Mr. Orion fought with was not a dragon, was not a bull. It was a scorpion, very large scorpion, Scorpius. Now, as I said before, Zeus didn't want them to get into any more trouble, so he put them in opposite parts of the sky. So actually, if we say goodbye to Orion, so we see Orion going here. We're actually rewinding time here. We see Orion go below the horizon. And that's because right now Orion's out around nighttime. But his arch nemesis happens to be out during the day. Let me know if you guys see a scorpion pop up somewhere. Let me know if you see a scorpion pop up. That scorpion, Scorpius there, is who defeated Mr. Orion, right? And so you can see that they're in opposite parts of the sky, chasing each other for all eternity, right? Now, there's one last story I want to tell you, or these types of stories. It's going to require us finding two brothers. And sometimes it's hard to find them, so we're going to have to fast forward time a bit. These brothers are very special because they're twins. But even though they looked alike, they were pretty different, right? You have Castor and Pollux, right? Castor was just like immortal. He was going to live, a certain amount of years. And eventually he would pass away. His brother, though, Pollux happened to be his twin, but immortal, meaning he was going to live forever. And there the brothers are right there. And actually, I like the constellation of Gemini because when we get rid of the pictures, you can really see that it's kind of like two people, like two stick figures, right? So Castor was immortal. Pollux was not. Sorry, Castor was mortal. Pollux was immortal. He was going to live forever. One day, Castor passed away, and Pollux was extremely sad. So he asked Zeus if he and his brother could share his immortality. So Zeus granted them this, and they both lived half of forever, which I have no idea what that means. But anyway, eventually they both passed on, and Zeus was so touched by their love for each other that he put them up in the night sky, right? So people can look up at it, and they can always be reminded of the brotherly love that these brothers shared. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've mentioned a lot of names, Zeus, gods, and all this stuff, right? A long time ago, people had these stories and they told these stories, but sometimes they told them specifically to tell a lesson. And we call these myths, right? These stories are myths. They're not true, but they teach us something about history or even about ways that we should act when dealing with other individuals, right? Now, and I see that we're asking also if there are any Geminis in the house. Now, Gemini is a zodiac sign, and a zodiac sign is just pretty much the signs that the sun goes through certain parts of the year, right? The sun has a path that it goes through. It's called the ecliptic, and it goes through these constellations during certain parts of the year, groupings of about 3 months, right? And so, about a month and a half, so that's actually what my sign is. I actually happen to be a Gemini. When I was born, the sun was in this constellation, right? Now, here's the thing, though. All of these stories with these names and these constellations, do you all think that everybody around the world looked up and saw these constellations, saw these lines connected to these dots? Well, no, they didn't. Just like how if we got rid of these pictures and these lines and even these names, we can connect these dots however we want, right? Whatever pictures we can see. right? And that's actually what other cultures did. And that's what's so special about this software. You can actually change what people actually see, right? So if we go to star lore, and I want to change it to this. Now, if we change it to the Navajo Native American saw, they see the same exact stars in the night sky, but they line them up a bit differently. We can see here that this is pretty interesting, right? And let's look at the name of this one. The name of this one is the first slim one, right? Then we come over here and we have revolving male, right? So let's actually fast forward time a bit, because I want to tell you guys a story of the Navajo Native Americans and how they used the same stars to tell a similar story. Or they looked at a star and saw how important it was, right? So we're going to zoom out a bit here and see that there are other constellations around, right? Now we have revolving female and revolving male, right? Now to the Navajo Native Americans, nothing was more important than what's called the hearth, right? And hearth is basically a fire that people kind of go around, so that way you can eat, tell stories, you can socialize around the fire, right? Fire and meals were really important to the Navajo Native Americans. So revolving male and revolving female, they're revolving around something important. If we can look here, we can see that they're revolving around something, right? This point right here. What star do you all think this is? You can let me know in the comments. What star do you think they're revolving around? Right? As we look up, we can see there's even more constellations. There was one that was called a lizard, right? Man with feet apart, right? But if we look and we revolve this a little bit more, we can see that these constellations happen to be revolving around the North Star, right? So to them, the North Star was a navigation star, but it also was a star that signified fire and signified life and signified what they all treated as important, right? So even looking up at the night sky with different lenses, we can see the same stars and have some of the same ideas, but come up with completely different stories, right? Any questions about those constellation stories? Any questions at all about those? I see that someone asked what website we're using. We're actually using a website called Stellarium, and we'll see if we can put that in the comments so you all can have fun with this on your own a little bit later, all right? Now, there is something that I do want to point out that we can also do with this. We can change the location, our location, right? So what I'm going to do is actually go back and change this to the Western stars here to show you all how not only do we see different stories when we look up, sometimes we see different constellations, because these are not the only constellations that are out there, right? These are the ones that we can see if you live on the Northern Hemisphere, right? If you live in North America, if you live in Europe and any of those places, these are the stars that you normally see. But if you live below the equator to, I don't know, let's say Australia, let's go all the way to Australia. Not only is it daytime now, but you're also going to see some different constellations, some constellations that we didn't even see before, right? And some interesting ones that I've never really seen with a telescope because I've never been to Australia, right? But they look up and they see something different. Now, since Australia is on the southern hemisphere and the planet is tilted forward, kind of like the North Star is up here, and Australia is kind of back here by the bottom of my fist here, then Australia wouldn't be able to see the North Star. So how do you all think Australia navigates? How do you think they figured out how to navigate using the stars if they didn't have a North Star? Well, since they're in the southern hemisphere, they're going to be looking for a South Star or someplace in the south that they can point out and always know that that's there. And for that, we have, let me get rid of these pictures. We have what's called the Southern Cross, right? So right here in the south, we have this word here called crux, which is another word for cross. And if I rewind time or fast forward time, you'll see that Crux here does what's called a circumpolar navigation. That means that it goes around the circle of the South Pole. So if we find the Southern Cross right here, we're able to figure out where the other stars are in relation to it. And we're even able to find out where the other directions are, like north and east and west, because this thing is just moving in a circle around the South Pole, all right? Or around the south, right? Pointing toward the south. So even in a different part of the world, we can still figure out where we have to go and how we have to move, right? Now, jumping back to New York here, boop. And actually, we can type in New York City. City. Here we go. We can jump to New York. And I'm actually going to get rid of these lines and these descriptors here and look up, right? Now, when ancient navigators and scientists and just stargazers looked up, they saw those constellations, and those constellations pretty much stayed the same from night to night to night, right? They eventually changed throughout the year, but they generally stayed the same. But there was something every night that moved among the stars or wandered around among the stars. And that's actually where we get the word planet from. It comes from the Latin word for wanderer, right? So we can see planets even with the naked eye. Now, even besides seeing planets, we can see something else in the night sky that I'd really like to show you. If it's out, let's see if it's out. Oh, there it is. We actually have to fast forward time a bit here so we can see a little bit more. There you go. So we have the moon, right? So let's check out the moon. You just double click on the moon and then you can zoom into it to check it out. So we can see the moon here with its craters, right? We can see the surface of the moon. We can see this is here. This is the flat areas, the kind of like zones of flatness on it. That shows you where pretty much new material of the moon has been there, right? Craters show impact, whereas these things show like kind of like smoother, younger areas of the moon, all right? So we can see the moon from the ground, right? We can look up and we can see other planets as well, right? Like for instance, close to the moon tonight will be Mars. So let's check out Mars. Now Mars looks like a red glowering eye, right? It's just like this red thing. But it's red specifically because it has all of that rust on it, right? It's actually where we just landed the Perseverance rover yesterday around 4 o'clock. We just landed there. We can't see it here, but you can get a pretty close-up view of Mars, right? And see what Mars looks like using this, right? We can even go to check out my favorite planet besides Earth. We can check out, see if we can find it. See if we can find Saturn. There it is right there. So we can see Saturn here. And we can zoom into Saturn. Check out those beautiful rings. Look at that. I think we could even go to check out Saturn's moons in Enceladus. We have to double click that one. Let's double click Enceladus. This moon is like a icy moon that actually shoots out water. So there it is there, all right? But Saturn, we can see the beauty of Saturn. Get really close to those rings that are just pretty much ice chunks and debris, right? But all these planets, as I said before, they wander among the stars, right? And actually, what we can do is keep those on just to show you the wandering that they do. So they go and they set, right? And as time goes on, they're just going to be moving through the night sky. Now, when we look up at night, right, we see lots of phenomena in the sky. We see all these stars, right? But we also see something very interesting. We see something that flew past the screen just now. I'm going to kind of fast forward just a bit so we can see it again. You might see this stuff moving, these things, right? And this happens almost every night. Sometimes it happens more often than other nights, right? These happen to be shooting stars, right? And shooting stars is pretty much debris that's going through our atmosphere and burning up as it goes through our atmosphere, right? And sometimes we can see more than others, right? Now, I don't know. Let me see. I see a request in the comments, and I think just because I really care about this planet too, I'm going to see if they have it. I don't think we can see Pluto, unfortunately. I don't think they have Pluto on this one. But the reason why we probably can't see Pluto, unfortunately, is because in this one, it's not classified as a planet, right? Pluto is a dwarf planet now because of its classification change. So unfortunately, we won't be able to see it. But to make up for it, we can check out Neptune. Maybe we can check out Neptune. Let's see the blue planet. Actually, let's check out Jupiter since it's right there. Let's check out Jupiter. There we go. Jupiter. There it is there. Look at the detail on that. All the bands and the zones of Jupiter. Very nice stuff, right? You can see its moons. I think it's because we can see its moons, Europa. You can see Callisto, right? You can see the Ganymede, right? Pretty cool stuff. But as we go back to planet Earth here and we look up and we see the night sky, right? There's one specific thing that's real that that our atmosphere is very, very good at. Besides all the stuff that we see flying around there, it's also really good at this. You're going to see this happen here. You just saw the sun go down there. If we fast forward time just a little bit more, we can see something beautiful that happens every morning, right? We can see that beautiful sunrise, right? Because our atmosphere acts like a lens and light comes in at an angle, we can actually see brightness in the sky of orange and reds, usually at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, right? So although the atmosphere is not good for stargazing, it's good to see a beautiful sunrise and sunset, right? So ladies and gentlemen, we kind of just went through the night, right? We just saw what the stars not only look like during the day, but we saw what they look like at night. We also saw the stories that they can tell us when we look up. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I really, really hope you guys get a chance to use this free software. It's called Stellarium. Once again, I think it's in the comment section. Stellarium, you guys can download it for free or you can use it for free online. But moving forward, I just want to see if there's any last minute questions that maybe I can answer. Oh, why do we only see one side of the moon? Well, we only see one side of the moon because we're tidally locked to the moon, meaning we only see one face as we both rotate, right? Gravity pretty much and the tides pretty much slowed that rotation down of the moon. So pretty much we only see that one face of it due to the fact of gravitational rotation, right? If the atmosphere gets in the way, how do we get a good picture, get pictures of outer space? Great question. So we can take decent pictures from Earth with using Earth telescopes. But it was when we sent the Hubble Space Telescope out into outer space that we truly got amazing images of outer space, right? So we sent this telescope out and it didn't have the atmosphere to kind of get in the way of it seeing these stars and it seeing these galaxies. So us leaving the atmosphere is what helped us get clearer images of the things in outer space. Okay. How do we have sunrises and sunsets? Well, that's all due to the fact that the Earth is rotating, right? And as the Earth is rotating, one side of the Earth goes away from the sun, while the other side of the Earth goes toward the sun, right? And so while one side is getting a sunrise, the other is getting a sunset. Right? Is the sun the biggest star? No, the sun is not the biggest star. The sun is what we call pretty much a medium-sized star, right? It's not too big, but it's not small. There are some stars that are a lot more massive than our star. All right. Can we reach another star? That's a really good question. Unfortunately, we cannot. As I pointed out before, the closest star to us is Alpha Centauri, which would take 4 years to reach if you were moving at light speed. which we're nowhere close to achieving that speed. So unfortunately, we're not going to go to another star. It'll take us a very, very long time to go. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think the probe Voyager 1, I think it said that it's going to take like 40,000 years for it to come to the closest star, traveling at the speed that it's going. So it's really, really far, all these stars. And last question, how many stars are there in the sky? And I'm glad that this is the last question, because this is kind of interesting. The reason why, the way that I like to talk about how many stars there are in the sky is like this. If you took every grain of sand on every beach on the planet Earth, every little small grain of sand, and added all those up, you'd still have more stars in the observable universe. So there are an infinite amount of stars in that kind of go up at night. And it's actually interesting that in New York City, you can't see many of them, but they litter our sky. There's so many different stars. All right.
Well, that was just phenomenal, Franz. Thank you so much for that. I love hearing about all of those really cool myths of the stars and everything. And, you know, in the chat, we were hearing about what some people's favorite constellations are. Do you have a favorite constellation, Franz?
My favorite constellation will probably have to be Ursa Major. And I think it's because specifically, it's one of the most noticeable ones in the sky. It's one of the ones that I found when I was a kid that was pretty easy to find. So I think Ursa Major is probably my favorite one.
Absolutely. You know, I actually think Orion might be my favorite for the same reason, because here in New York City, we have a lot of light pollution. So the easiest thing for me to find is those 3 stars right in a row up there.
Nice.
So yeah, everyone in the chat, if you want to keep telling us what your other favorite ones are too. Thank you so much again for that wonderful presentation, Franz.
No problem. Bye, guys.
So everyone, we will have virtual programs just like that one all year long, including, of course, our virtual Intrepid Adventures on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 3 p.m. Eastern. So be sure to follow us to see more on any of our streaming platforms. Now, did you know you can have the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum host your backyard campout? It's true. Operation Slumber allows you to discover what life is like aboard the Intrepid from the comfort of your own home, camp style. So you can enjoy hands-on activities, interactive tours of the ship, and fun conversations with museum experts. All you have to do is go to intrepidmuseum.org/groups for more information and to register. Now, up next at 12 p.m., we have a very, very special presenter. You are going to hear from NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen, who will talk about his time in space and will show us all some really, really cool images. But first, I would like to show you a short video from the museum's video series, Inside Intrepid Education. You'll learn about the Gemini space program, kind of what Franz was talking about earlier, including its technological advancements that would enable men to travel further and longer into space. So let's roll the video.
My name is Jennifer Elliott, and I'm an educator here at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. And today, we'll be talking about the Gemini space program.
The Gemini space program was named after the constellation Gemini, the Greek constellation of the twins. It was so named because it was the first NASA program to carry 2 astronauts into space at one time.
Not a lot of attention is given to the Gemini space program. It's kind of like the Jan Brady of NASA's early missions. It didn't have the prestige of being the first to the moon, or even the first orbiter, but what it did have was an abundance of newly developed technology that would enable man to travel further and longer into space. NASA's goal was always to put a man on the moon, but to do this, they had to overcome huge technological hurdles. At the time, technology limited a man to only days in space, and no one had traveled beyond. Gemini pioneered deep space travel and developed programs to enable humans to spend extended time in zero-gravity environments. This was paramount to get to the moon. Another Gemini innovation was that of docking in space. As a spacecraft prepares for different parts of a mission, the vehicle changes orientation. Take, for instance, when the astronauts descended onto the moon's surface. The landing craft needed to break away from the main craft, land, complete its mission, and reconnect with the orbiting craft. This was all perfected during the Gemini program. Because of the vacuum of space, an astronaut needs to take his or her own safe environment with them. This is even more so when they have to leave their craft. They need to have air to breathe and cool temperatures to work in. The Gemini program developed the early spacesuits that would allow man to work in this very hostile environment and even walk on the moon. A little fun fact, during one of Gemini's missions, astronauts John Young and Gus Grissom smuggled a corned beef sandwich on board. When they started to eat the sandwich in zero gravity, crumbs filled the craft and made a huge mess. This is why it's rumored that all missions to space now use tortillas and not bread.
The Intrepid Museum has a special place in its heart for the Gemini space program, as it served as the primary recovery vessel for the 1965 Gemini 3 mission. And while at the museum, be sure to check out a replica of the Gemini space capsule and get a feel for life in space.
While Gemini doesn't get as much press as, say, the Apollo missions, it will go down as one of the most important because of the innovations it developed. On behalf of our education team, thanks for watching. Keep experimenting and exploring, and be sure to visit us online at intrepidmuseum.org.
All right. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to our virtual Kids Week celebration. And we have a very special treat for you up for our next program. So, everyone, please welcome to the stage NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen. Welcome, Stephen. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me. I greatly appreciate this.
All right, take it away.
All right, I guess we have a slide presentation someplace, going to hopefully take over my screen. So you don't have to stare at me this up. There we go. Yeah, starting at the beginning. There you go. All right, good morning. Hi, I'm Steve Bowen. I'm a NASA astronaut. And this is greetings from a good day at work. Next slide. So just a bit about me. I grew up in the Northeast. I grew up in Massachusetts, just south of Boston, right on the coast. Actually, the house was about 3 miles uphill from the coast. So it was a coast down on the bicycle, but had to pedal pretty hard to get back up. And sort of a couple quick stories about becoming an astronaut. At that age, you know, sort of that picture there, when you're first learning how to read, I was not necessarily the strongest student. So in those days, in the early 70s, I had a teacher who, they were pretty direct. So they told me, Steve, you're in the lowest reading group. And I did not like that. So I worked real hard that year and I moved myself up to the highest reading group. And so one of the things I learned from that experience that I try and pass on is, well, first of all, I really love to read. So I still continue to read a lot. And I think that was because I got so much out of that sort of experience of learning to read and greatly appreciated the library and all the opportunities the libraries gave me. We didn't have that many books in the house, so going to the library was great. But I also learned that there's some reason these teachers are teaching you stuff. So as I went through school, you know, we all have our classes we prefer and some we don't. But even those classes I didn't necessarily enjoy, I would spend the extra time to make sure I understood why they were teaching it to us. And, you know, why you like or dislike a class is not necessarily related to the content of the class. Sometimes it's the kids you're sitting with or the teacher that's giving it, or just, you know, it was just a bad day when you started that class. So spending a little extra time trying to figure out why the teachers are teaching that to you. So I kind of did this throughout school. And by the time I graduated from high school, I had the opportunity to sort of select as to what I wanted to do and where I wanted to go to school. So I wanted to be an engineer. I really enjoyed my math and science and my mechanical drawing classes. And I thought that is what I wanted to do. So I applied to the Naval Academy and I spent 4 years there working the same idea and really enjoyed the big advantage at the Naval Academy or at any university or college. You kind of get to study what you want. So I really focused in on my engineering. I graduated an electrical engineering degree from the Naval Academy. And that experience and spending some time on submarines, I ended up joining the submarine force upon graduation in 1986. And so I spent 14 years working in the submarine force, and it really was a great career. Really enjoyed my time at sea. But the opportunity came up to apply to be an astronaut. And so this is in the late 1990s. And NASA was building a space station, and all I could think about was the space station was essentially a submarine in space. It's a cylindrical vessel full of people and equipment in an uninhabitable environment. And the view is better, obviously. The food's going to be worse. But I applied. I was really excited about the potential for a space station. And so when you apply to be an astronaut, it's not really like anything else, only because the selection rate is so small. In the last class, we had 18,000 applicants and we had 12 selected. So you feel really fortunate when you get selected. You don't feel like you deserve to be there in a way, because there have been so many incredibly qualified people who were not selected. So you really want to make sure you're doing the best you can to represent those that were not selected as well. So I was selected to be an astronaut in 2000, and it was really a great, felt good. I felt incredibly fortunate to have that opportunity. And then upon becoming an astronaut, you spend a number of years training. And I was assigned to my first mission, next slide, in 2007. And this was STS-126. And this sort of gives you the diverse range of people you kind of have on board in experience. So my lead spacewalker was Heidi Stephanician-Piper, who was a Navy diver. Shane Kimbrough next to her on the second from the right. He's an Army helicopter pilot. He's going to be back up in space pretty soon with one of the SpaceX crews going to space station. Eric Bowes next to him, Air Force fighter pilot. Another Navy pilot was our commander, Chris Ferguson, who actually was the commander of the very last space shuttle flight. Don Pettit. Don Pettit's next to him. He applied, I think, 5 times to become an astronaut. And he was finally selected, and he's gone to space several times. This incredible astronaut, probably the smartest human being I ever met. He was a physicist, materials scientist working out at Los Alamos. Just an amazing person. I kind of recommend you find his videos online from his time. And it's just a great opportunity. He does incredible demonstrations. And then Sandy Magnusoff to the left, we dropped her off on space station and brought another crew member home. And she's a PhD scientist. And yeah, so this is, you get a broad range, but we kind of have everything in the office. We have medical doctors, we have veterinarians, we have geologists, we have school teachers, we have a broad range of people in the office. So there is no one path to becoming an astronaut. And all of your skills will be used with whatever you bring to the office. Next slide. So my first mission was STS-126, like I said, and in that mission, we brought up that one large container, carried about 10,000 pounds of equipment. And at the time, we were changing the space station from a crew of 3 to a crew of 6. What's interesting is right now we have a crew of 7 on board permanently, and hopefully we'll stay that way. And so the environmental control system and making sure the habitat on board the space station can support that many people is really important. And that's what we set up in 2008. Now in 2021, with that extra crew member, we're going to get another crew cabinet up there, another place for a crew member to sleep. So we'll have sleeping accommodations for everyone. Right now we don't. So we're getting there pretty soon. Next slide. And so this was Thanksgiving in 2008. So somebody asked about sort of moments on board, and this is an example of where we had the entire space station crew on board the space shuttle, our Russian crewmates, the space station crew, in addition to the shuttle crew, and that's us enjoying our Thanksgiving meal. And everybody's on there, sort of my right arm and part of my head, and you can see Chris Ferguson's eyes at the top of the screen. So there's a good group on board. What we brought to the space station was, as I said, the ability to support a crew of 6 and now 7. One of those things, so space shuttle is, when it makes electricity, it makes water. It takes electrons from a combination of hydrogen and oxygen. They come together, they make water, and they spit out an electron. That electron was our electrical power. The water was waste on space shuttle. So in those days, we would drop off all the water we had on space station. So space station had a regular supply of water. With the retirement of the space shuttle, we no longer had a steady supply of water. We had to find a way to recycle it. And so NASA developed this incredibly efficient, very rapid way of converting wastewater, all the sweat, condensate, and urine on board the space station, into drinking water. And it's a great example of, if you had not had this direct question, would you have answered a larger question? So the technology used to develop, to make this system, we developed for space, but in reality, it really has improved life here on Earth, because it turns out that they can miniaturize and modify and make this a very portable water purification system. They can take it anywhere in the world and put it right to work, turning previously undrinkable water into drinking water in regions that never had a steady supply. So one of the major reasons I think we go to space is so we challenge ourselves and we ask ourselves those hard questions you never would have thought to ask if you hadn't challenged yourself with an outer space or exploration environment. So as we continue to fly the space station, we continue our research on board, and we look at what it takes to go to the moon and on to Mars. And then when we start living on the moon and Mars, every one of those steps will make life better here on Earth, because they will solve problems and there'll be answers to questions we never even thought to ask. Next question. Next. All right. So on board STS-126, it was my first mission. And so you think of the technology associated with spaceflight, and you think about the most complicated machine mankind has ever built, the International Space Station. You think about the complicated systems required to launch a space vehicle, space shuttle, a SpaceX or Boeing commercial crew vehicle, the Soyuz, just amazing, amazing engineering technology. So the space station at the time was having problems with its solar arrays, big giant solar arrays that rotate around as we circle the Earth. Every 90 minutes, they do a full circle, and they rotate around the truss continuously. Well, they were failing. On the starboard side, the right-hand side of the space station, the bearings that the ring it rides on were failing. And so I remember thinking, wow, this is just amazing. This is going to be, we're going to go out and try and fix this. How do you fix something that complicated? So my very first spacewalks, we ended up going outside with a grease gun, similar probably to what you use to caulk windows or your tub at home, and cloth wipes to wipe up the extra grease and to clean off the bearings. So we ended up having the opportunity to solve an incredibly complicated problem on board the most complicated machine mankind ever built with some very simple solutions. And so quite often we have complicated problems or seemingly complicated problems that really have similar simple solutions if you just take time to break it down and look and see what is the actual thing that needs to be fixed or repaired or solved. A lot of times it's not as complicated as it seems. And this is a perfect example of that. So I returned to Earth after my first flight, and I thought that was fantastic. I hope to get an opportunity to do that again. And about a year or so later, I had the opportunity to be assigned to STS-132, which was the first space shuttle mission in about 10 years where every single crew member had flown in space before. So next slide. And the thing that we all knew is that flying in space is a team sport. It is a team effort. So we really emphasized the importance of getting that team together and making sure everyone understood that it's not us. It's not, we're just the guys sort of on the pointy end here. It's the whole team that allows this to happen. This picture of the baseball field, that's the Astros stadium. We invited a couple of the Astros up, but we really invited our training team out to be a part of that picture. And that's the group you see in the back behind there. And it was a cold winter day actually in Houston, similar to today in a lot of ways. We were the only warm ones in the stadium, but that group of people behind us was actually half of them been on call overnight in mission control because there was a mission going on at the time. So we really appreciated the opportunity for them to come out and be a part of the picture. Because on the next slide, because what you see in mission control, you see the one person sitting in front of the console, sort of seemingly directing and managing major systems. What you don't see, next slide, is the people in the back rooms, the groups behind them that are supporting them, that are monitoring every procedure, every piece of data that comes down from space shuttle or space station. to make sure it's operating correctly, to make sure that things are being executed properly. It's really an incredibly large, incredibly amazing team that allows us to operate. And that is really the way most of life is. So STS-133, I landed at the STS-132, which we used to call the first last flight of Space Shuttle Atlantis. And what that meant was the Space Shuttle Atlantis was not going to fly again. There were only a couple missions left. All those crews had been assigned. There was no way anybody on 132 was going to have the opportunity to fly on a space shuttle again. So for STS-133, I was initially the family support astronaut. And what that meant, I went with the crew down to the launch down at Cape Kennedy, and I supported the families to make sure they got to every place they needed to be, because it's really important to make sure that the families are taken care of for our astronauts on orbit. And we were there, and there was a major failure of the fuel tank for the space shuttle. So this was basically Halloween in 2009, and they sent the crew home. And they had to set a new launch date of February 2010. During that time, the lead spacewalker was injured in an accident, and they needed to find someone to take his role, and they selected me, and had this very short 6 weeks of training to turn around and be able to fly on that mission, STS-133, with this great group of crew members between the space station, which was now up to a crew of 6, in the blue shirts, and the space shuttle crew in the front in the red shirts. And so how this matters to almost everybody else is when you take a class or you study something and you pass a test, as I said, there's a reason they're teaching this stuff to you. You may need that information again. So even though there was no way, as I was told, that you will ever fly in a space shuttle again, I flew in a space shuttle again. And fortunately, I had not gotten rid of all that information, and all that studying that I had done through the years helped out, because I immediately had to turn around and use it again. So those are my 3 space shuttle missions. And this is how we left the space station. And this is basically how it looks today. It's an incredible vehicle circling the Earth every 90 minutes. If you ever get a chance to go outside and see it pass overhead at night, what you're actually seeing is the space station is in daylight still, 200 miles above the Earth as it comes overhead, and you're in darkness. So it's, early in the morning or in the evening after sunset, you can go to Sightings or some of the other websites and get that opportunity to see the space station fly overhead. It's an incredibly bright star moving through the sky with now 7 people permanently living on board. And we've had people living on board space station for over 20 years now. So essentially 1/3 of the Earth's population does not know the Earth without people living in space. That's something I don't think as a civilization we've even grasped what that means. We're no longer tied to Earth. And now we're no longer tied to just the governments to get us there. So we have Boeing and SpaceX building commercial vehicles that take us to low Earth orbit. SpaceX has already executed 2 flights with crew to the space station, a 3rd one coming up, and hopefully Boeing will be able to start ferrying crew in the next year or so as well. Next slide. And so this is an image from this past summer of the very first Dragon SpaceX vehicle arriving at the ISS with 2 new crew members who stayed on board for several months on board the space station and executing the mission of the space station. So it's really exciting to be able to partner with commercial companies that can take that same technology and sell it to other groups that want to use low Earth orbit and really figure out what we can do there for civilization as a whole, in addition to what we do through the government on the International Space Station. Next. But we really want to go, one of the reasons we went with a commercial company so NASA could focus on leaving low Earth orbit. We had gone to the moon in the late 60s, early 70s, but we were not there permanently. We were only there for a short period of time. And we would really like to go and stay and explore and understand the universe and challenge ourselves with that exploration to make life better for all life on Earth. So we look beyond low Earth orbit, onto the moon, and eventually onto Mars. Next slide. And even several years ago, we had already done our very first flight test of the Orion vehicle. We did the initial engine test of the huge SLS rocket a few weeks ago. Didn't go perfectly, which is why you do testing. We'll have another chance in a couple of weeks to do that test again. If you get a chance to watch that, it's an amazing thing with 4 old space shuttle engines roaring to life, but not going anywhere. They're going to be able to run the full launch profile for the Orion, and hopefully we'll get Orion off the ground and into space in the next year or so, 21, 22, and then crewed missions with about a year after that, and hopefully onto the moon in 2024 or shortly thereafter, to be able to go back to the moon. And initially it'll be shorter missions, but we're going to be there and set up the infrastructure to stay. And what we learn in doing so on the engineering side will obviously improve everything we do here on Earth in many ways, but also we will understand how to operate in that environment, what we can do better, how we can enhance our understanding of the universe. 2 of my heroes, Stephen Hawking, who you probably all know, and John Young, who you all should know, who was an Apollo astronaut and shuttle astronaut, just an amazing human being. They both agree on at least one thing, which is single planet species don't survive. So ultimately, we need to keep the Earth as strong and healthy as possible, but we also need to be reaching out and looking for ways to live beyond Earth if we want to continue to survive for eons to come. So next slide. So our first opportunity for a crewed mission is actually just a couple years away with the Orion mission. So we've already done the planning. We've already ready to execute. We have not selected the crew for any of the Orion missions yet, but those days are coming. Once we get a good test underway, we'll be assigning crew, and they will be returning men and women to the moon, and it's really exciting opportunities for exploration to come. Next. So this is what the Orion capsule and spacecraft is going to look like initially to take us to the moon. We're still working on the configurations in the sense for the lander. So we've got 3 different companies competing for the landing to design the lander for those early missions to the moon, and that's an incredibly exciting thing to see and see how we're coming together, putting together a mission to a different celestial body. Next. And there they are. There's the 3 different options as they artist rendering, and it's really an exciting time going forward. But it's always an exciting time, as somebody pointed out to me, to be working at NASA and continuously operating and exploring. Next. We are already doing the work to understand in both on orbit, every time we do a spacewalk or every time we operate on the ISS, everything we learn there will help us reach beyond. We have a new suit, which you can see there on the left-hand side, that we're testing out that has much, much better mobility, fits a much wider size range than the current EMU, and we'll be able to walk that on the surface of the moon in just a few short years. And what we do there, we're already learning the tools, the techniques, how we're going to manage those important spacewalks to gather the information to help us understand the moon and ourselves as we go forward. So we're already working that. And who knows where we'll end up. I've been using this slide probably for 17, 18 years, because even today there's no spacesuit I've rappelled down the side of a cliff in. But you never know what we'll find when we'll get there, and that vision still excites me. But who knows where we'll end up? And this is a famous Hubble image, And it really shows the incredible universe in which we live. All right, so you actually have a couple great opportunities on Saturday. If the sky is clear at 5:42 in the morning, I know not everybody gets up that early, but you have this incredible opportunity to see the space station pass overhead. It's going to start just above the southwest, go all the way over the top, almost directly overhead at almost 60 degrees of elevation, and then down on the east-northeast side. So I encourage you to get outside, say hello to the crew, bring out some breakfast and wave at them, because you're probably having better food than they are. And as you go forward in life, I kind of go back to Henry David Thoreau here, and go confidently in the direction of your dreams, live the life that you have imagined. And the opportunities ahead, what you can imagine for your life is just expanding at every moment and every opportunity. So it's an exciting, exciting time to be moving forward. And that's all I have for my prepared presentation, and hoping we have some time for questions.
Wow. Yes. Thank you so much, NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen. Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your story, your astronaut story, and also just kind of highlighting how, there's so many important skills that are involved with being an astronaut. Problem solving, thinking about just how to, the thing with the grease that you were talking about, teamwork. I loved that baseball card thing that you guys had. That's amazing.
We really enjoyed that. Actually, I think everybody did. Running around in these orange suits around a baseball diamond is pretty unique experience. They didn't want us to slide, though. I can understand why.
Yeah, you might want to keep those clean. But yeah, I mean, such great tips, and just also the idea that you never know when something that you learn might come in handy. So yeah. That's great. That's wonderful. So yeah, we do have a few questions actually for you from our chat. Why are we exploring Mars?
There's a lot of good reasons to explore Mars. It is unique in our solar system. Relative to its position to the sun, it's sort of still in that zone where we think life can exist. As we look out into the universe, we're finding more and more planets around different stars, and sort of looking and realizing that we're not alone in our solar system. There are other places in the universe that are like us. So Mars will give us that opportunity to examine another celestial body and see what it has on board. So Pathfinder's landing yesterday was remarkable. That is just amazing. The science we get out of that is going to be it's going to be world changing, I think. I think we're going to learn an incredible amount. But until we get humans on the moon, our rate of science is not going to be quite the same. What we can learn once we have that the humans on the moon, and we can challenge the astronauts to explore specific things and cover a lot more ground a lot more quickly than Pathfinder will be able to. That volume that we understand about Mars is just going to expand. So the reason we go there? The reason we explore, there's several reasons. I pointed out earlier that we challenge ourselves as a civilization with the exploration. And what I kind of lean on there, so those big engineering ideas, the questions that you would never ask if you weren't in this position of putting a difficult problem in front of really, really smart people. You can look around the world, and there's so many problems, so many places that seem overwhelming that we just don't even know how to ask the question. But having that put in a different context often gives you insight that gives you a glimmer of a solution to those more complicated problems elsewhere, whether it be water in areas that just do not have clean water. That is, I think, for me, one of the major reason we explore sort of the engineering solutions. But there's also, how do you get along as a civilization? The space station was built by 17 different countries, all coming together. Many of those parts never met each other on the ground, but they all fit together and work in space, which is a testament to international cooperation at a level that we had never really technically achieved before. On one of my spacewalks, we were installing an antenna, and it wasn't going perfectly well. So the ground called up and told me to stand by. And when the ground tells you to stand by and you're outside on a spacewalk, it's not going to be a quick solution. So I clamped myself in. We have this thing called a BRT, which is basically a clamp on an arm, and I'm attached to the top of space station and looking backwards over the Russian segment as we circle the Earth for about 20 minutes. And all I could think of is what an incredible civilization that builds a vehicle that allows us to probe the the inner workings of the universe, the basic systems and forces that drive everything that exists. And I grew up carrying buckets of cement. This is just an incredible opportunity for me, but really looking over what we've accomplished and how we can do so much when we work together. That also is another reason to explore, to challenge ourselves as a civilization. And finally, as I alluded to, ultimately single planet species don't survive. So we do need to challenge ourselves and understand how we can survive in the universe. What are the resources that are out there? How can we do better? And how can we survive as a civilization long term? So there's a lot of reasons to go to Mars, not just because it'd be really cool and fun and exciting. Although there's that too.
Awesome. So here's another question. What is a common misconception about traveling to space?
Oh, that we do it all the time and that it's easy. I think, I think both SpaceX and Boeing and now a number of other companies are figuring out that it's really hard to launch into space. And it's really hard to live there long term. We're learning stuff every single day on board space station about living in space, how to maintain our bodies, how much exercise does it take, how many calories, what kind of calories. Structurally, if we have these giant rotating solar arrays, how does that affect the structure of the truss segment on board when we're docking vehicles? How does that affect the loading on each of those modules as they connected to each other? And then the science we do on board space station, it's changing our understanding of ourselves and our, just how materials work, how it's amazingly difficult. It's amazing that we do it. It takes an incredible amount of resources to do it safely and well. And so that is the biggest misconception. It is not easy. It is a very difficult problem, and it's amazing that we can solve it at all.
And there's that teamwork again.
Yes, it is. Absolute teamwork.
Yeah. All right. So here's another question too. What do astronauts do when they are not in space? What do you do every time?
So every time I've come back from space, I've ended up with several different jobs simultaneously. So I think if you don't like what you do when you're not flying in space, you won't enjoy being an astronaut. So I still get the opportunity to fly in the T-38 for training and space flight training, because you're working on that communication skills and you're putting yourself in a hazardous environment where each of your decisions can affect how whether you're going to survive or not, right? So it's a very important training vehicle we have. I still get in the NBL to help develop spacewalk procedures and keep my skills up to speed to ensure that should I be needed to do a spacewalk, or as I do now, I train people to do spacewalks. I need to make sure those skills are still up to date and current. So you're continuously learning and training as an astronaut when you're not flying in space. However, you also have other jobs. So right now I am the lead for the astronaut office for spacewalks, for EVAs. And so I help manage from our side, the procedures, the crews that are doing that, help train the upcoming astronauts for their missions as well. And then there's additional jobs on top of that. I also work on the landing systems for the moon. So I'm helping as part of one of the teams for developing the landing system for the moon, and on top of the other training. So you usually end up with 3 or 4 jobs, mostly at this point, Teams or Zoom or whatever process meeting you're doing online. That's how I spend most of my days, actually. Usually in my backyard when it's a little warmer with the birds, which is nice. So.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, but the best thing about it is you never know what you're doing week to week, which I really love as an astronaut.
Yeah. Also here, why are we going back to the moon?
So the first time we went to the moon, we did not spend a lot of time there, and we brought back, several hundred pounds, kilograms of rock and dirt and soil, and we ended up with a lot more questions than we started with. So we have to go back, and we will understand. So going to the moon prior to going to Mars, as John Young, who I cited earlier, said, it's only 3 days away from a can of beans. So being close gives you great opportunity to test and try things out to ensure that they have the sustainability, the robustness to operate away from Earth on Mars. And so we will test all that equipment out. So Moon doesn't have an atmosphere. Mars does. As we'll see down the road here when we get a helicopter to fly on Mars, which will be really exciting. That is going to be totally different as well. But you need to develop and understand what you're doing on the moon so then you can safely go to Mars. The moon also may have a wealth of resources. It actually has a wealth of secrets that will help us understand the Earth and the solar system as well. So it's going to be exciting to actually get good science from that as we go forward. It's sort of like asking the question, why do we go diving in the ocean? You've been doing it for a long period of time. Don't we know everything? We don't know anything about the ocean. So, we want to continue to explore the places we do not know. And while we've been to the moon, we need to go back and really try and understand it.
Awesome. We cannot wait for those Artemis missions to keep going on. So what do you enjoy most about being an astronaut?
Being a part of this whole exploration thing, and the people are amazing. The people we work with are just absolutely amazing human beings. They put in every single person working at NASA, I think, is underpaid, because you'd be shocked how many hours on top of hours people put in beyond their jobs, because where everybody is so passionate about what we do. And the exploration, just being a part of it is so exciting. That's great. And then in the specific job of astronaut, I like doing stuff. So I like being in the NBL, I like flying T-38s, I like testing hardware, I like, practicing walking on the moon. It's just great, interesting stuff for me. Solving problems for questions we never thought we'd ask.
You do get to do a lot of really cool stuff. It does sound
I agree.
And so let's see, do we have, here's another question. What did you do for fun while in space when you weren't working? While you were in space? Right.
Well, yeah. So even when you are working, sometimes you're doing something and it can get a little tedious or a little, become a bit of a grind. So in space, you have the opportunity of just letting go and floating for a few seconds and thinking to yourself, hey, this is really cool. Floating never gets old. Looking out the window and taking pictures. Many astronauts, they spend significant amount. The imagery we get from space, from astronauts just looking out the window, is absolutely incredible. And it's really a good, I think it's a very productive way for an astronaut to spend their time. But people also, we do have other downtime where people watch movies and read books, and you can always call home and talk. I kind of like to explore the station itself and kind of crawl around a little bit and find stuff. And sleeping is always a good thing too. I sleep really well in space. I actually got an hour more sleep on average in space than I do here on Earth. Not true for everybody though.
But you have to strap yourself down when you're in space, right?
Yeah. But I like floating. One of my crew members did find me floating in the space shuttle mid-deck one day, just asleep, because it was so comfortable.
I can imagine that would be.
Yeah, it really feels good. Some people don't have that luxury of being able to sleep like that though.
So here's a question from Colin Parham. Can Perseverance meet up with Curiosity?
I don't think so, but that's a really good question. I do not know the answer. I've never thought about that. I don't think they're close enough. But over time, they can cover a pretty good distance. And over a decade or so, they could probably drive that far.
Or maybe that helicopter can go find.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's an exciting time to be from Mars. One of my colleagues, Stan Love, commented the other day. He said, "I wonder if the Martians get angry at us because we keep throwing things at them." So there are basically 3 vehicles that showed up in the past 2 weeks at Mars. It's amazing.
It's true. We just keep throwing stuff at them. Here's another question. Do you still keep in touch with astronauts that you went into space with?
Oh, of course. Absolutely. Some of the, I really cherish the moments in time I spent with all of these crew members. Everybody continues to be busy. Everybody's, most of them that I flew with are off doing other things. There's a couple still left in the office I get to hang out with locally. But yeah, I try and keep in touch with everybody. Even some of those astronauts I didn't get to fly with that are floating around out there in the regular world. It's just an interesting group to be among.
Yeah, at the Intrepid, we talk a lot about how the sailors kind of made a family at sea while they were all on board there together. So I can imagine being up in space, you sort of have that family. You're all very close.
Absolutely.
Or you'd have to be. You'd have to not hate each other.
Well, even like a family, I guess there's, you are with who you are with, and you find a way to get along. Fortunately, everybody I know in the astronaut office I'd love to be in space with them because they're just great people.
That's wonderful. Here's a question from Jessica Hanna. Why are spacesuits orange?
So those suits, the launch and entry suits, are orange so you could find them in the water. They were designed specifically for space shuttle launches and landings in case there was a problem. So that's why they are orange. The EMU we do spacewalks in is white, and it's a very specific material, and that helps with the thermal environment inside the suit itself, so you don't get too hot or too cold. I managed to keep the temperature. I tell people working in this spacesuit, doing a spacewalk was like working in my pajamas in my backyard because the temperature control was so good and the suit fit me. So
I think a lot of people might be working in their pajamas in their backyard right now. Anyway, so we can maybe relate to that. Great answer. And another question, what was the coolest thing that you saw in space?
Oh, it's hard to define that. There's so much there. One of the most amazing things, though, was I was out doing a spacewalk, and I looked down and I saw a meteorite go below me into the Earth's atmosphere. So I was like, wow, that is really, what a perspective, seeing a meteorite from above. Oh, wait a second. That was just a rock out here with me. So it kind of puts in context the hazards of flying in space as well. It was really cool to see, but I'm glad I saw it from that perspective, not closer up.
Oh, that's amazing. So did you see, you said you saw it going into the atmosphere, you saw it burning?
Well, you could see the burn up as it went just below me. It was incredibly bright. I was like, that is really cool.
That's amazing.
And so, yeah, but that was another rock out there with us. And that's actually the biggest risk to space station overall, at least the way we do our calculations, is that the micrometeorite orbital debris will damage space station, and that's the risk.
And you mentioned also that you probably wouldn't be wanting to climb rocks like in that picture.
Yeah.
I would assume probably for the same reason.
Yeah, so, rappelling down the side of a cliff in an environment where you turn the suit, you're going to die pretty much immediately. Not a good idea.
Definitely something they would need to think about going to Mars now.
Yes, I hope so.
Wonderful. And let's see, do we have any other questions? All right. What advice would you give to someone who wants to become an astronaut?
Oh, I touched on it, I think, earlier, and it really is, work hard, do well in school. As I said, there's some reason that teachers are teaching this stuff to you, and really ask yourself why and spend the time to understand it. And that will give you the opportunity when you go to college to study what you want to study, and even to have the opportunity to go to college. I mean, that was that was not common in my family growing up. So, having that opportunity to go to college because you did well in school, and then in college, study what you enjoy. Kind of focus on the STEM side if you want to be an astronaut, just because of the nature of the work. But obviously, like I said, we've had a host of career choices become astronauts, and it's only going to expand. Doctors, veterinarians, engineers, scientists of all sort, pilots, school teachers. We will need all broad range of skills. And then when you graduate, take a job and do well in that job in the field that you love. Have the opportunity to go to graduate school, and then when the opportunity comes, apply to be an astronaut. And it might take 4, 5, 6 times before you're selected, and that's sort of the standard. Most people apply more than once. And then if you never become an astronaut, you've had a great career doing something you truly love for a long period of time, because the probability of becoming an astronaut is incredibly small, and you feel fortunate, like you won the lottery, because it's not that you were any better than anybody else. You just got lucky.
Yeah, and I was actually going to say, for those who are out there, watching this stream now, you all might be the next generation of astronauts going up there, going up to Mars even. You might be the first to step foot on Mars. Who knows? So definitely study hard. And last question for you, if you don't mind. Would you go to Mars?
I'd like to come back from Mars as well. And so that's, there's that aspect of it. And we'll see, that's 10, 15 years down the road. We'll see how I'm doing at that point. But I won't say no. What's really interesting about the journey to Mars is the way we look at it. It's not outside the realm of human experience to leave home port, to leave Earth, what you consider home, for years at a time. The old whaling ships, they would go to sea for 2 or 3 years before they returned to port. And so when we look at Mars, we shouldn't be intimidated by the time. You're going hundreds of millions of miles. It's not going to happen immediately. In order to make that time worthwhile, you're going to have to spend a significant amount of time on the surface doing research and have that infrastructure established. And then you're going to want to come back home safely. So we'll get there. It's not beyond our capabilities. We just actually have to commit ourselves to doing it, because the payoff will be worth every penny.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much again, Stephen Bowen. Such an honor to have you here, NASA astronaut. Thank you so much for answering all of their fabulous questions in the chat. And again, thank you so much for being here for Virtual Kids Week with us.
Oh, you're very welcome. I really enjoy this. Such a great break from how I usually spend my day right now. So I greatly appreciate it, and I hope to get up there to the Intrepid Museum myself in just a few months if we're able to. That'd be great.
We'd love to have you. Awesome. Well, thank you so much again. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, wasn't that so exciting, everyone? We love talking to our friends at NASA, and especially to have a NASA astronaut on the stream like this. Such an honor. So thank you all so much for your questions also. That was really an exciting opportunity for us. All right, now, did you know, everyone, that you can join the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum's educators online as they lead live, free, 45-minute thematic virtual education programs for K through 12 school groups? Program selection rotates weekly, so you can go to intrepidmuseum.org/education for more information and to register for those programs. Now, up next at 1 p.m., so that's in about 12 minutes, we have Science Friday activities, with Theanne Griffith, Bill Doyle, Jennifer Holm, and John Rocco. So join them for a live science experiment, followed by an additional live Escape This activity played out by the authors. But first, I would like to show you a short video from the Intrepid Museum with a demonstration about how different items react in a vacuum to teach you how astronauts have to prepare to survive in the vacuum of space. And I'll give you a hint, it has a little something to do with the space suits that we were just talking about. So let's roll the video.
My name is Tom Barry. I'm an educator here at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. And today we're going to be talking all about the vacuum of space and what NASA had to deal with in order to send a person into orbit around the Earth. So NASA had to protect the astronauts from the vacuum of space. But what is a vacuum? Simply, a vacuum is just the absence of matter, especially air. We're going to recreate the vacuum of space, or at least a small portion of it, by using the following equipment. We have a vacuum pump, a vacuum chamber and various items that we're going to put into that vacuum chamber. Not only does the Earth's atmosphere protect us from the sun's rays and allow us to have air to breathe, it also allows us to have water. Water needs pressure in order to be a liquid. So, what do you think would happen if we took this liquid water and put it into a vacuum? Let's find out. Right now, this vacuum pump is pulling the air out of the vacuum chamber, creating a partial vacuum. Remember, water cannot exist in its liquid form inside a vacuum. Let's see what happens. The water is boiling. It's going from a liquid to a gas. Water cannot exist in a vacuum as a liquid. Now, I'm going to turn this off and reintroduce the air. There are two ways to make water boil. One, you can add heat that excites the molecules, they turn into a gas, or you can remove the pressure. When astronauts go out into space and take a spacewalk, they wear these big heavy suits, and for lots of good reasons. One of them is because your lungs would not react well to be in the vacuum of space. We have two balloons here that represent two lungs. One, a full inhalation, and one lung that's been exhaled. Let's see what happens when we put them in the vacuum chamber. So now the vacuum pump is removing the air from the vacuum chamber. The purple balloon is getting really, really huge right now. We're not adding any air to it. It's just trying to fill up the space that's left by the vacuum. The air inside of it is just expanding to fill up the space. If you ever do decide to take a walk in space and you forget your spacesuit, let the air out of your lungs first. If you don't, you'll do some serious damage. Marshmallows are not the best stand-in for human tissue. But go with me, I promise, it's worth it. We have all this wonderful skin and muscle and bone that kind of keeps us together. So if you go out into the vacuum of space, you're not gonna pop or anything like that. But there will be an effect on your body. Take a look. We're gonna place the marshmallows into our vacuum chamber. Once again, we're going to pull the air out. Watch what happens to the marshmallows. The air is being pulled out of the vacuum chamber. The air inside of the marshmallows are expanding. And now, keep an eye on them. You would end up looking kind of like these marshmallows. So what we can learn from these experiments is this. When astronauts go up into space, they have to bring an atmosphere with them, because space sure isn't going to provide one. On behalf of Intrepid's education team, thanks for watching. Keep experimenting and exploring. And don't forget to visit us at intrepidmuseum.org.
All right, how are we all doing out there? Welcome back. Let's get our ASL interpreter up. There we go. Hello. Welcome back, everyone, to our virtual Kids Week. I hope you are enjoying the show so far, and we are ready to start our next program. So this program will be in 2 parts. First up, we have a live science experiment with Theanne Griffith, followed by a live Escape This activity played out by authors Jennifer Holm, John Rocco, and Bill Doyle. So please, everyone, welcome Theanne Griffith to the stage. Welcome, Theanne.
Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing? So happy to be here.
Wonderful. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Okay, let's get started. Today, I'm going to talk to you guys all about sound. Have you guys ever wondered how our ears hear sound? And maybe how space sounds? Well, we're going to talk about that and do a little experiment to demonstrate right now. So first, I just have a few slides for you guys to show. Okay, there we go. All right, hopefully you guys can see my screen. Okay, so what is sound? I know it's not something that we necessarily see, but believe it or not, sound is something physical. Sound involves movement. Sound involves vibration. So when something makes a noise, like for example, the clap of my hands, we hear that because air molecules in the air begin vibrating and crashing into each other and bouncing all around. And then those air molecules send vibrations to our ear. And you might be wondering, what kind of air molecules is she talking about? Well, our air is made up of things like oxygen that we breathe in and carbon dioxide that we breathe out. And then also there's some nitrogen in there as well. And so those are the air molecules that are bouncing and shaking and vibrating and sending those vibrations to our ears. Now, what happens to sound in space? You guys know that there actually aren't a lot or any real air molecules in space. That's why astronauts need special equipment to be able to go to space and breathe properly. And the fact that there aren't any air molecules means that human ears cannot detect sound in space because there's nothing to vibrate for our ears to pick up. But scientists have come up with really cool equipment that has been able to capture some very special space sounds. So today I'm going to do a demonstration for you guys to show exactly how our ears hear. So to go over our ear really quickly, we have our ear and then an ear canal and then an eardrum. And that's what we're going to be modeling today, how the eardrum sends those signals through the rest of our ear and to our brain. And I will quickly mention that I'm the author of the Science Adventure series, The Magnificent Makers, and the experiment that I'm about to show you right now can be found in book 3 of my series, Riding Sound Waves. So if you guys are ready to ride some sound waves, we can get experimenting now. So quickly, the instructions for this experiment can be found in the back of book 3, Riding Sound Waves. The series illustrator, Reggie Brown, did an awesome job drawing all of the pictures. So it's really easy to understand and follow along. Okay. Let me get set up here. This is a very simple experiment. You only need a few materials, a bowl, some rice, okay, some plastic wrap, and then a pot and something to bang on it with because we're going to make a lot of noise. Okay, so to get started, move my computer here. We're going to take our bowl and then we're going to get a piece of plastic wrap and we're going to put it on the bowl. Now, this is an important part of the experiment because the plastic needs to be very tight in order for this to work. So you really want to get the plastic nice and wrapped. The first time I did this experiment, I didn't wrap the plastic tight enough and it didn't quite work, but that's okay. because experimenting is all about trying and trying again, even if we fail the first time. So let me see. I might even try and get this a little bit tighter. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. So now we have our bowl and our plastic wrap. And so this is again modeling our eardrum. Our eardrum is basically just a little flap of skin that's stretched really tightly in the beginning of our ear. And you guys are going to see exactly what happens when sound comes into our ear and hits our eardrum. Okay, so with the next step, we're going to take our rice, and we only need a little bit. So I have some measuring spoons down here, and I think I'm gonna use maybe about a teaspoon or maybe a half a teaspoon of rice. Okay, so yeah, about a teaspoon. I'm just gonna lightly scatter these along our model eardrum. And you can use other objects besides rice. You could use sprinkles if you want to make this nice and colorful. You could use tiny little bits of torn up paper. There are really a lot of options. Okay, so now we have our model eardrum and we have our rice on the eardrum. Now comes the fun part. I will give a little warning. It's about to get kind of loud. So if you're sensitive to noise or sensitive to loud sounds, you might want to turn down the volume on your computer because I don't want to startle anybody. But this is my favorite part because I love making loud noise, especially on a Friday afternoon, right? Okay, so now I'm going to take my pan and I'm going to turn it upside down, more or less right over my eardrum. And then I'm going to take my wooden spoon and in 3, 2, 1, get ready to ride some sound waves. Whoa, did you guys see that? Did you guys see all of the rice bouncing around? Why don't we do it one more time so you can take another look? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Woo! I don't know if you guys saw that, but we made so many sound waves that the rice started to bounce off of the bowl. So as you can see, this is a really nice demonstration of exactly how our eardrum vibrates when sound hits it. All right, so again, just to recap, sound is when air molecules vibrate all over the place. And those vibrations, just as we saw in our model eardrum experiment, are picked up and transmitted to our brain. And then our brain can interpret those signals as different words or sounds. They can even tell if a pitch is high or if a pitch is low, depending just on the frequency of those sound waves. So I hope you enjoyed that experiment. I wanted to tell you guys that you can find experiment sheets on my website at theannegriffith.com. And the great thing about this experiment is you can change up the conditions. You can use a different size bowl. Maybe a slightly smaller bowl, maybe a bigger bowl, maybe a deeper bowl, or maybe a more shallow bowl. You can also experiment with, again, using something in addition, besides rice, like sprinkles or little hole paper holes from the hole puncher. Those are a lot of fun. You can really make those fly. And then you can begin to ask, what would we need if we wanted to build a machine that could hear really well in space? So it needs to be a really sensitive eardrum, basically, right? To pick up those very subtle space sounds that are hard to hear because there are no air molecules. You can begin thinking of creative ways that you might be able to build your own model eardrum that could detect space space sounds, even in the absence of some of those air molecules that are required for all of the vibrations. So anyway, I hope you guys really enjoyed that experiment. Again, all of the instructions can be found in the back of my Magnificent Makers book, Riding Sound Waves. They have great pictures. And in this book, main characters Pablo and Violet make a model eardrum of their own. So you can really dive into the science there. And now, after that little experiment, I'm really happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Yeah, thank you so much, Theanne. What a fun experiment. I'm going to have to try that now, too, in my house, and bang some pots and pans, make some noise. How much fun. I don't know if my neighbors
Great stress reliever for the end of the week, huh?
Absolutely. Why not? So here's a question for you. What inspired you to write your book?
Oh, I love science, and I have always loved science, and I wanted more kids to love science just the way that I did. And so as a scientist, having kids understand scientific concepts and be excited about doing hands-on experiments were a huge reason that I decided to write this series. And also, I love writing as much as I love science. I love storytelling and making up these fantastical worlds.
That's awesome. And another question, what advice would you give someone who's looking to write their own book?
Excellent, excellent question. So the most important thing you can do when you want to write a book is just start writing. Sometimes it can be so hard to stare at that blank screen on your computer with 0 words on it. But the best piece of advice I have is just start writing. It takes practice. It takes time to kind of hone your craft. And so if you want to write a book, just start writing it. If it's not so good in the first draft, that's okay. I guarantee you that the first draft of Riding Sound Waves also wasn't very good. But that's why we go back and edit and revise. So the number one step that you need to take when you want to write your own book is just go for it. Start writing.
Great advice. Just go for it and start writing. Thank you so much, Theanne. Once again, the author of Magnificent Makers. And thank you so much for being on our stream.
I am so happy that you guys invited me. Thank you for the invitation. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
Absolutely. Thank you. And next up, everyone, we have Bill, Jennifer, and John who are going to do a fun activity with us. So Bill, Jennifer, and John, welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. All right. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Awesome. Thanks so much. I have to set up momentarily a little bit of a game show situation. I don't know if you can tell from my informal wear that we have something special planned today for these 2 stellar authors. And so let's start. Hello, and welcome to the world's newest and by far the greatest game show. Let me go ahead and mute this. It's called Escape This Space. It's based on the Penguin Random House book series by me, Bill Doyle, and it's Escape This Book, Race to the Moon. And today we're going to be playing with our 2 very special contestants, Jennifer L. Home and John Rocco. The winner's going to receive a big, huge prize. So anyway, John, why don't you just give us a quick hello?
Hello.
Yeah,
I can do it faster. Hello. My name is John Rocco, and I'm the author of several books, one of which is How We Got to the Moon, which might be appropriate for the answers on your little game show.
Yeah, a little game show? I don't know. I think this is the greatest game show ever.
Big game show.
So I think we should go with that. Jenny, you want to tell us about yourself? And what are you wearing there, Jenny?
I am so happy to be here. I have got my NASA Space Camp suit on. And also, after yesterday, when the Perseverance rover landed on Mars, how cool was that? I am wearing my Mars Society lanyard, which of course has the best button ever. It says Mars or Bust. And it's all kind of like the perfect Mars week for me because I wrote a book called The Lion of Mars. And it's a book about a boy who lives on Mars in the American settlement. So I think we're going to be hearing a lot about Mars and space in the coming months. So this is like such an exciting time for space.
Oh, it sure is. It really is. Is it ever not an exciting time for space, though? I got to say, there was nothing like seeing the faces of those people in mission control.
I know.
Which meant when the rover touched down safely. It's just amazing, the emotion.
We were cheering here for sure. There was a lot of screaming going on in our house.
Oh, that's excellent. All right. Well, listen, on that note, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start today's game show. Okay. And I want, Jennifer and John, you guys know how to write, but let's see if you know how to escape from space. There'll be 5 parts to our game today, okay? Each will be 2 or 3 minutes long as we journey to the moon. We're going to land on the surface and hopefully make our way back to Earth safely. But it's all up to you as you escape tricky and dangerous situations and conundrums based on the famous Apollo missions from the 1960s and early 1970s, okay? So we're going to be okay, I think. And we're going to do all this in 15 minutes, okay? So, it's no problem. So we're going to pretend that it's 50 years ago, okay? And we're going to go back to the mission control of the Apollo missions. And when I ask you a question or when you completed an activity, I'll prompt you on this. All you need to do is, since we don't have buzzers, is just go ding, ding. You want to give that a little try there, Jenny? Give us a little ding, ding.
Ding, ding.
Yep. John?
Ding, ding.
All right. So good. All right. So listen, here we go. We're going to start. If you could go ahead and share that other screen that says Bill Doyle screen. Thank you very much. Here we are. We're in mission control. Jenny, do you want to be Jenny or Jennifer? Where do we want to go?
I am a Jenny.
Oh, you're Jenny. Okay, Jenny.
Yes.
Can you go ahead and read the paragraph that starts with a small group? Can you see that at the top there?
I can. A small group of flight controllers work here, and about 400,000 engineers, technicians, scientists, and others help from around the world. You're the flight director, the boss of them.
So that's in mission control. So that many people were working to get the Apollo missions going, which is just one of the most amazing facts I could ever think about. 400,000 people were involved with that program. It's just mind-boggling. So John, will you read to really blast off the paragraph that starts there down? Did you see that one?
Yes. To really blast off with NASA, first give these 4 jobs a shot. Tear along the dotted lines and fold over the 4 flaps one by one. When you've completed all 4 activities, you'll have the word you need to complete the directions.
All right. So listen, so we have to figure out what page we're going to go to next. All right. This is our first big challenge. See where it says turn to page 20, blank, blank, blank. In order to figure out where to go next, we're going to try out these different jobs. Jenny, we flipped a coin in space and you were the winner. So do you want to pick one of these jobs? Rocket controller, flight surgeon, capsule communicator, or systems tech?
Well, I'm going to have to choose flight surgeon because I actually do have a little bit of a personal connection to the space program. My father, who eventually became a doctor, he was a pilot and he served on the Boxer, which was an Essex-class aircraft carrier, and they picked up ships during the Apollo space program.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Does he have photos of it? Or does he,
we have a piece of the Boxer because it was decommissioned. So we have actually a piece of the actual aircraft carrier that was fetching astronauts out of the ocean.
Well, how fantastic. Well, listen, Jenny, so I'm going to go ahead and just hand this one over to you to start and see if I can find it. Aha! There it is. There it is. All right. So listen, this astronaut has returned, and it sounds like your relative has picked him up after his trip, and they want to check him out to make sure that he hasn't brought anything back. So we want you to examine the marks on this astronaut's skin. Is it moon fever or maybe just pimples? Either way, connect the dots. And what letter did you form it? We're going to use that to fill in the blank of our blank instructions. Okay. So at the very bottom there, it says 1 is the very bottom one. I'll give you that because it's hard to read.
Okay, I've got the letter. Do I tell you?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and tell me, and then we're going to give John his own question. Go ahead.
It's an F.
That's right. So we go back to mission command, and we put in our F in that first blank, okay?
Done.
So, all right. So John, since that kind of worked out that way, and the stars were in alignment for Jenny to go first, we flipped the coin again, oddly enough, and it's your turn now, John. So what would you like to be? I know, one of the other 3 jobs.
Yes, I will definitely go with Capcom, capsule communicator.
Okay, the Capcom is usually a trained astronaut who knows space jargon and can pass along tricky info to the crew. So he has to be somebody, or she has to be somebody that really knows how to speak the language, right? Because these astronauts are going to need to hear information very quickly. So with that in mind, we're going to scroll down to the capsule communicator, John, and I want you to take this rebus, and I want you to go ahead and translate it, if you will, into English, and then we're going to use the last letter of the message that you get out of this rebus to fill in the blank. Does that make sense? So I want you to go ahead and read that rebus out loud for me.
Okay, watch out for space.
And how did you get that, space?
Well, I got SP plus an ace.
Yep.
So space.
Yep.
and that must be a ship. So watch out for spaceship from.
I think there's 2 spaceships there.
Ant, other, and another. Watch out for spaceship from another star.
That's right. So I have to note too that these great illustrations are by Sarah Sachs, who's one of the best illustrators on Earth and the moon as well. We've tested up there too. So I want to thank Sarah for all these great illustrations. So what was the last letter of the message you just made, John?
R.
Okay, so we're going to put that in blank number 4 back on our instructions. All right, so up next, we're going to just hand it. We're going to have now a little speed now. Now that you guys are comfortable, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to have a quick systems check. Okay, so when I get there, oh man, somebody is texting me at the worst possible time. It's very exciting. All right, so we're going to go to systems check. Okay, and so I want you to go ahead and close your eyes for a second, both of you, because I'm going to get there. And then I got to set the timer. So here we go. All right, you can 1, 2, 3, open your eyes. I want you to go ahead and turn on those switches. See the shapes at the very top there? And I want you to turn those on. And to turn them on, you circle them in the puzzle itself. So anytime the switch is hanging down like that, or there's an up arrow. And once you get the letter that it shapes, once you get the letter, you can say ding, ding, and tell me what it is.
Ding, ding.
All right, Jenny, what is it?
It's a U.
Excellent job. So we go back. I know. So Jenny, you get 1 point. You're on the board.
Woohoo!
So we go back up, and remember the prize is amazing. Wait till you hear the prize. It's so good. So then, all right. So we have 3 of our letters there. I think we can kind of guess what it is, but we're going to go ahead and just do our last one together. So it looks like this one will take about 2 seconds as well. So the last one is a rocket controller. This technician keeps the engines firing correctly and the spacecraft moving in the right direction. So we're going to, once again, I want you to close your eyes for me because this will take you no time at all. Close your eyes for me. And once I tell you to open them, once I tell you, I want you to give me the letter of the capsule that is going to reach Earth first if it stays on the same path. And so it'll be very easy for you once you open your eyes. I'm going to count you down from 3. And when I say open your eyes, you will. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Open your eyes.
Ding, ding.
All right, John.
O?
Yes. You're on the board, John. So we've got our FOUR. So our instructions are, according to the mission command blanks, is we have to, there it is. So we have to turn to page 24. So we're going to go to 24. We're going to scroll down. So listen, good job, you guys. You have lifted off from Earth. You've had an amazing, countdown. Everything went well. You blasted off. It's terrific. And now you're traveling through space. I want to talk to you guys about something that happened on, I think, which Apollo mission was it? Let's see. I was going to brief you on this, but on Apollo 13, during that mission, do you guys know what happened to the air on board the capsule? So John, can you give us a quick description of something that might have happened to the air?
Yeah, well, basically they had to use their lunar module as a lifeboat because their command module was shutting down. They had to shut it down and go into the lunar module in order to get home. But the lunar module was only created for 2 astronauts for basically about 24 to 48 hours. And they had 4 days and 3 astronauts that they had to spend in that lunar module. So it was a buildup of carbon dioxide.
Oh, okay.
Which is part of what we breathe out every time we breathe. And inside these spacecraft are what's called scrubbers, which actually scrub the air of carbon dioxide using lithium dioxide crystals. And so, without getting too complicated in that, they have to change out these filters.
Sure.
To clean the air, and
if they don't, they're in big trouble, right? What's going to happen? Yeah. I think, is it carbon monoxide or is it carbon dioxide? Anyone?
It's carbon dioxide.
Okay, sorry. Yes, so I'm glad I didn't put that on this actual page, or maybe I did. And oh no, good. Whew. All right, so what would happen is if the air you're breathing is filled with carbon dioxide, or you're not getting enough oxygen, some of the first symptoms that you will see is what you see here on this page. All right, on this screen, you're going to get a little confusion, some dizziness, some reduced hearing, some sweating, some increased heart rate, shortness of breath, tremors, dim sight, and then really bad stuff will happen. So listen, let's go ahead and go back up to this little word search. Do you guys have your puzzles in front of you, Jenny and John?
Yep.
Excellent. So what we're going to do is we're going to search for each of those bolded words in the puzzle. And you can go ahead and start now. I'm trying to zoom in a little bit on this so everyone can see it. I can't quite get there for some reason. I don't know why. But we're going to search in the puzzle for different. There you go. There it is. So if we want to see muscles, do you guys see muscles here? There's muscles. We want to look for head. Let's look for head together. There it is. Or no, that's heart. There's heart going backwards. And then you guys tell me when you're done. Actually, you know what? How I'm going to know you're done this time is when you're done circling all those words, the leftover letters will tell you what to do next. And I'm going to know when you're done. If you get stuck on one, let me know and we could kind of move this along. Because I kind of did a good job of hiding these words in that puzzle.
Yeah, this is hard.
I know. Which one do you want?
Nope, I'm almost done. I just need to find heart. I've got everything but the heart. Oh, I just found it.
Yep, good job.
Got it.
All right, so go ahead. No, all right, now use the leftover letter, guys, and it will tell you what to do next. And the first person that does that, I know, will win the point.
Make a funsy face now.
Did I spell it wrong?
Well, funsy? Is that a word?
Funsy.
Funny.
Funny, yay!
Funny.
There you go, there you go. All
Oh,
right,
I missed the other end. Good job, Jenny.
all right, Jenny.
I like
you're on the board with your
funsy.
funny face.
Funsy's
All
kind
right,
of
off
cute
we
though.
go.
I'll take
So
that.
listen, you've done a good job. We're now gonna worry about getting ourselves down onto the moon. Okay. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what did Neil Armstrong say when his lander hit the lunar surface? Do you guys remember? I mean, not when he stepped off or anything, but when it actually landed. Did you say the Eagle has landed?
Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
Look at that. Wow. Okay. Clearly, I think we're on the wrong side of the screens here, John. But
Don't test me, Bill. Don't test me.
I know, exactly. Okay, so the Eagle has landed, basically, is what he said. So what I want to hear from you guys is you guys are writers. So you have just now landed on the moon. Your lander is there. And I want to hear what you might say if it landed. So we're going to go ahead and play a little Mad Lib game. And I'm going to give you 3 seconds for each of these to write down a word, okay? So I'll call them out to you, and you can just write them down in the blanks next to what I say, okay? Does that make sense? So adjective. Give me an adjective.
Small.
Silly.
Okay, you write it down. No reason to tell me. Adjective. Give me an animal. An adverb. Give me an adjective. I'm making you write fast. Give me an adjective. And finally, I would like a food item, please. All right. So listen, we're gonna, since those were very memorable words, especially John remembered exactly what was said. But when the lander did touch down the first time, they said the Eagle has landed. And I want to hear what you two have to say now that you have landed. So I'd like you to go ahead and go to the next page. And hopefully you have 2 pages there. So if you just fold it over, yeah, exactly. Tear away, or yes. So Jenny, why don't you start us off? I'd like you to use the words you wrote to fill in the blanks. I can't wait for everybody on this stream to hear what you have to say now that you've landed on the moon.
This is painful. Mission Control. The silly and quiet cat has stinkily landed like a pretty and small cake.
Oh, well, see, I mean, years from now, the John Roccos in the world will be like, remember exactly what you said right there. So that's good. All right, John, you want to give us something?
Yes, I'm about to step off the limb now. Here we go. Mission Control, the small, wet dog has quickly landed like an hairy, noisy carrot.
Awesome. Well, there's nothing like a hairy, noisy carrot, right? Especially on the moon. You each get 1 point. And to catch you up right now, we've got Jenny at 3 and John at 2. So off we go. So excellent job. I'm very proud of you guys for that. And now I want you to take a look at what we have here. Let me see if I can pull back a little bit, but I just can't seem to. I don't know why. But that's all right. Over here, you have now landed. And one of my favorite things about the moon, I don't know if you guys feel this way, but you can talk a little bit about this. What do you know? Jenny, do you know anything about the moon buggies, or did you ever have a desire to ride those around when you were a kid? Or
I would love to, but the closest thing I rode around as a kid was a golf cart.
Well, that's all right. All right, John, what's your thoughts on moon buggies?
Yeah, when I was researching my book, I came across a photo of myself as a young boy in 1972, I think, or 1970, which was, I think, the first year that the lunar rover went up. And I had in my hands, it was Christmas morning, and I had a box, and I can read on the side of the box, it says moon car.
Oh, that's cool.
And, in like a nice Futura font, like the Apollo lettering. And I thought, man, if I could go back in time and find that present,
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. So listen, for that reason, I feel like we're going to save this one for later because we're running a little short on time and we have to get to our other challenges. But I'd like you guys to practice, because maybe next time we meet up, we'll practice driving around moon buggies. And it's difficult to do that because of the difference in gravity up there. But we will talk about that at some other time. So you know what, you guys? Because we're running out of time, you each get a point. Excellent. I know. Challenge. So listen, I want to talk to you about something. Jenny, I'm going to ask you about this to see if you know anything about this. I can't remember. I think it was maybe Buzz Aldrin or something when they were about to take off from the moon again. They were about to have the ascent vehicle leave the lander, and they were trying to get the engine going in order to leave the lunar surface after they had been exploring and after they had picked up stuff. So I don't know. Do you remember what happened when he went to try to switch the engine on? Jenny, do you remember what happened when a real astronaut from the Apollo missions? Well, what happened was he found that the most vital switch that he needed to work had snapped off. Like maybe somebody had hit it with their back, or maybe somebody had knocked it or snapped it off. And so, we could set up this little scene where you have come on board instead of Alan. We're going to just say, okay, so this replacement, this broken switch, without it, you cannot ignite the engine. You cannot leave the moon. So this actually happened. So I think it was Buzz Aldrin was looking around, the capsule, and he was thinking, like, maybe there's food, maybe there's something I could use, maybe it's a piece of spaghetti. I don't know if he thought spaghetti, but I'm going to throw that in there. Maybe it's a piece of spaghetti. And then he did what you two should do right now, is maybe look down at your hand and realize there might be something right there that you're not even thinking about that you could use as a switch. And I want you to go ahead exactly, John. So Jenny, would you use a piece of pasta or that pen in your hand?
I think the pen.
All right, so that's fair enough. So that's what Buzz Aldrin did. He actually used a pen as a makeshift switch. So we're talking like, hundreds of millions of dollars or whatever amount of money went into this. And the one switch they needed to leave the moon snapped off. And he was quick thinking enough that he just stuck a pen in there to make it go. Nice. So I think you both deserve, a point for that. And this is what would have happened if you didn't get it right. I was going to have you draw a very sad face. But you guys are smart. Okay, so brilliant. That's just what Buzz Aldrin did on the Apollo 11 mission. He made a switch out of a pen too, and off you went. So let's start to get ourselves back to Earth. We're going to have the splashdown challenge. I think this might be our last challenge.
Yeah.
So, all right. So as your capsule, hey, Jenny, you want to go ahead and read that to us as your capsule rubs against Earth's atmosphere?
Sure. As your capsule rubs against Earth's atmosphere, a lot of heat is created. You turn the spacecraft so that your heat shields are taking the brunt of the friction. You're 400,000 feet above the planet's surface and going so fast that the outside of the capsule bursts into flames. The atmosphere has slowed you down, but you're still traveling at over 300 miles per hour. If you hit the ocean at this speed, the 11,000-pound command module will be smashed to smithereens. Time to release the parachutes. Oops, they're all tangled. Which line leads to the parachutes? Follow it, then follow the directions.
So you guys, this is a tangle activity that I think you might have done before. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to choose. Either go to fill in your body challenge or go to fill in your face challenge. I kind of gave you. Which one of those lines from which box leads to the parachutes?
Ding, ding.
John,
Nice.
John, what do you think?
Well, I sort of drew a darker line over it, but.
So which instructions, what box is closest to that line?
Go fill in your body challenge.
Woohoo! Well done, John.
Sorry, I didn't follow those directions very well.
My goodness. So then we go to draw yourself in the car. Every end of the mission, needs a good parade, a good ticker tape parade. Why don't you go ahead and draw yourselves in the back of that car for me? And while you're doing that, I'm going to work with the people here, my huge staff, and we're going to go ahead and calculate your responses and find out the winner. Oh, wow, Jenny, you look great in the car.
Very purple.
Yeah, go ahead and hold that up again for us. So we can see
Everybody needs to look a little purple in the space car.
Yeah. So John, what do you got?
Much better.
Oh, no, that's good. All right, well, the Dachshund and I have calculated the winner, and we have determined that you both win because it's a tie, actually. It actually is. And I'm not just being nice. Actually a 4-4 tie. And the big prize is a piece of space. You actually win a piece of space, and we've named it after both of you, and it's actually floating right above your head, so you can have it for all time. Just don't put it on eBay right away. Let it acquire some value first. All right, and I want to say congratulations to you guys, and thank you for playing. That was our Escape This Space adventure, and we're going to take some questions now. This is very exciting.
Oh my gosh, what a fun program. And I love this book, Bill. It's like a choose your own adventure activity book that like tells a story and it's educational at the same time. That is so much fun.
Thank you.
Awesome. And you know what, actually, before we get to the questions, Jenny, you and the Intrepid actually have a lot in common. The Intrepid is also an Essex class carrier, and we also picked up astronauts, but it was from the Mercury and Gemini missions. So what a small world, right?
Yeah, it's so cool.
Amazing. So let's get to some of those questions, guys. So what inspired you to become an author and write a book?
Well,
and I guess it's for all of you.
Yeah, I think part of what inspired me to write The Line of Mars was that my dad was a Navy pilot, and he flew off an Essex level aircraft carrier. And a lot of those pilots served in the Korean War, and my dad did too. And the original astronauts were all Korean War pilots, like Buzz Aldrin. So he could have been an astronaut too. So it was, I had a little bit of history in my house.
Fun. John, how about you?
How I was inspired to write this book was that I have been fascinated with the engineering behind the Apollo missions for years. And I think that how they figured it out at a time when all they had to use was wide rules and calculating numbers by hand, it was really fascinating to me. And I wanted to boil it down to the simple science behind each problem that they encountered and figuring out how are we going to get up there. And the fact that we've only sent 24 human beings out there in the history of humanity still blows me away. So can't wait till we go to Mars.
Yeah, Mars or bust.
Yeah, and I just wanted to be a writer as a kid because I could see, I came from a family of writers, and they were always going, wow, you got to see this, you got to see this. And I wanted to be the person that made people feel like that. And that's it.
That's wonderful. Awesome. Now, do each of you have a favorite space mission, since you're all space nerds like us?
I do, for sure. Apollo 8 is probably my favorite mission. It's the first time we left the chains of Earth's gravity and went out to the moon in 1968. It happened right at Christmas. 3 astronauts, for the first time, rode in a Saturn V rocket. It's the first time we've gone out that far, out to the moon, and it's an incredible mission, daring for many, many reasons. Yeah.
So John, they didn't land on that mission, or did they? I don't remember.
They did not land. What they did was they basically went around the moon and orbited it 10 times and came back. All the Apollo missions were sort of leading up to landing on the moon. So, you know, the way NASA does things is kind of one step at a time, prove that. And so this was a proving ground. Can we go all the way out there and back safely? And they didn't know.
The Artemis 1 missions that's coming up is going to be about too. They're just kind of testing it out first.
Right.
Fun.
Nice. Well, I'm kind of a cat person, so my favorite mission is not a very well-known mission. So in the 1960s, the French had a feline space program, and they trained 14 cats, and they actually shot up a cat into space and brought her back. And her name was Félicette, and this is the French cat who went to space and came back to Earth and didn't die. So she's the coolest cat
I've never
ever.
heard of that. That's amazing.
She's not very well known, but she was a very tough cat and made it.
Wow.
That's amazing. That sounds like that could be a story too. A story.
I
book.
know.
Write that. And Bill, what about you?
I don't know. You know what? I'm going to go with the cat one. I had my own favorite one before. But Jenny, I'm sold. I mean, I always knew about animals going up into space, but I always worried about them. So I'm glad to hear a cat made it home. So, okay, you sold me.
That's awesome. All right. And last question for you all. What advice would you give our youth who are interested in writing a book?
Good question.
You know what? Can I just jump in really fast with this one?
Right.
Dan almost took it. What she was saying, Dan, who was doing that great science experiment. Get your rear end in a chair. That's it for me. Just sit down and do it. That's what I had to tell myself too, because I always want to be doing something fun and running around.
Well, what I do is before I write, I doodle, because I sometimes think that if you doodle stuff out or draw stuff out, it helps you to figure things out. So I just draw a little, like an arc, kind of looks like a rainbow, and you doodle sort of, this is the beginning, middle, and end of your story, and just start to doodle for a couple days, and then you'll sort of have like a visual roadmap for the story. So if you get stuck, you can just like look back at your doodle.
I love that. That's a great idea. And John, what about you?
For me, I think, you know, writing about things you're passionate about, what it is that you like to do, you know, or what your own personal experience, because everything that you've experienced is your own. It's unique, and it might not sound interesting to you, but it's going to be interesting to somebody else because they haven't had that experience.
That's awesome. Well, such great advice from all of you. Thank you so much for your time, for being here with us for Kids Week, and again for that amazing game show. I had a blast just watching you guys. So thanks again for being here, everyone.
Bye. Thanks for having me. Bye. Goodbye.
All right. So actually, speaking of fun, everyone, did you know that you can experience your child's next birthday party at home with the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum? You and your birthday party guests can go on a virtual tour of the museum. You can learn all about the history of the ship and the crew. You can do some hands-on themed activities and celebrate your child's birthday in a fun and interactive way online. So go to intrepidmuseum.org/groups for more information and to register today. Now, up next at 2 p.m., we have about 15 minutes or so, we have Kerbal Space Academy. So a longtime friend of the Intrepid who will demonstrate the basics of designing and launching a rocket using the physics simulation game from the Kerbal Space program. But first, I would like to show you a short behind-the-scenes video from the Intrepid Museum with former astronaut Mike Massimino as he explores the history and the design of our space shuttle Enterprise. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Mike Massimino, astronaut and senior space advisor here at the Intrepid Museum. And today we're going to be taking a look at our space shuttle, the Enterprise. The Enterprise was the testing vehicle for the early space shuttle program. It was the prototype and the proof of concept that a spacecraft could return from orbit, land safely on a runway, and then be reused. Enterprise was used to test the engineering, technology, and the procedures that would take astronauts into space for the following 30 years. Construction began in 1974 and was completed in 1976, and NASA conducted many tests on new and experimental systems along the way. The big question on the minds of engineers was, can a craft this large glide back into Earth's atmosphere and land on a runway, instead of smaller capsules splashing down in the ocean? Of all of the important testing the Enterprise did, the approach and landing tests were the most important. NASA used Enterprise to conduct two main types of approach and landing tests. The first was testing the Shuttle Carrier Aircraft, or the SCA, with the shuttle attached to it. The second was free flight testing, where the Enterprise would be launched off the back of the SDA and glide to and land at Edwards Air Force Base in California on its own. It was also used to test the launching facilities at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The original plan back in the 1970s was to retrofit the Enterprise for spaceflight after the flight tests were completed. However, NASA had learned so much from the testing that the design for follow-on shuttles would be changed significantly. The primary difference was that the subsequent shuttles were lighter in weight, making them able to fly higher, carry more cargo, and fly to orbits with a greater inclination from the equator. All essential for missions like repairing Hubble or building the International Space Station. Enterprise was retired to the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. in 1986, but was brought out of retirement in 2003 after the Columbia accident, which claimed the lives of 7 astronauts. NASA tested the impact of insulation foam on one of the wings of Enterprise to see if Columbia had been damaged in a similar way, and you can still see the results of those tests today. In June of 2012, Enterprise was moved to its current home, here on the Intrepid. The Enterprise may have never gone all the way to space, but it was critically important to the history and to the future of spaceflight. As a test vehicle, Enterprise paved the way for the rest of the Space Shuttle program and inspired a generation to boldly go where no one had gone before. For more behind-the-scenes videos, visit intrepidmuseum.org.
All right, and welcome back, everyone. What a great show we've had so far, but it's about to get even better. We are going to get started on our next program. Please welcome to our Virtual Kids Week, Das from Kerbal Space Academy. Hey there.
Hey, I should be here. Hang on a second.
see
Let's
your
go over that
face
way.
bar.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just great. Hey, friend, I feel like it was just yesterday that I saw you.
It does. It feels like it was just yesterday. You're absolutely right.
As it was. Yes, so we are very fortunate to partner with Das for our Astronomy Live, our virtual Astronomy Live on the third Thursday of every month. And it was wonderful. We had a show last night together, and
We
now
did.
here I am hosting you. Look at this.
I know it's backwards. I'm supposed to be doing the introductions and stuff, and then we play the video and do some origami, but I'm a guest today.
That's right. Well, we are so thrilled to have you on the show. So you are a pro at this. You know what you're doing. So I'm just going to say take it away. Have fun.
I don't know. We've got some more Kids Week stuff. Is this the last show of Kids Week, Alicia?
This is the last day of Kids Week.
It's the last day.
We have
Is there
one
more?
right after this, too.
Okay. Whew. I wasn't good. I didn't want to be the last show. That's like pressure.
No pressure.
All right. So we are going to be doing just hopping away here, I think, right? And if you don't know who I am, I'm John Galloway. Weird name, I know, right? I've been streaming on Twitch for a long time, but I did a thing called Kerbal Space Academy. And you're like, what is Kerbal Space Academy? Can I join? Kerbal Space Academy is a STEM outreach thing that we do with museums. We do live streams, that sort of thing. And we use video games to help learn the basics of physics and rockets and stuff like that. So today I'm going to be playing a game called Kerbal Space Program. And in the game, we're going to be learning how to launch a rocket. So over the course of this, you should be able to see what we are doing like this. Here's our game right here, Kerbal Space Program. And whenever you get going with this, I want everybody to know it's not a mobile game. You don't play it on your phone. You do need a computer because the game is actually using realistic physics. It's like physics that are close enough that you can have fun with them. You can learn the basics, but you don't need a NASA supercomputer like in a basement somewhere the size of like a truck in order to run the game that's simulating realistic spaceflight physics, right? So what we're going to do is learn how we can build a rocket in the game and then learn the basics of launching a rocket. And the really cool thing about Kerbal is that if you know how to launch a rocket in the game, you also understand the basics of how we launch rockets in real life. So we can use this in order to sort of figure out, get an appreciation, get a basic understanding of how things. Now, I'm not going to say if we launch a rocket here successfully that then we can just all go working for NASA. It's a good way to get started if you're interested in a career like that. But Kerbal Space Program doesn't grant you a diploma to build real rockets. There's additional work you need to do. But let's get into the game here and make sure that we are running everything correctly. And let me know over here in chat, Darkfaller, Intrepid Museum, hey, Intrepid Museum, Intense, let me know if you can hear me and see me. If you have any trouble seeing me or anything like that, let me know. Like, tell me in chat. I'm reading it right there, and that is how we will do this. Also, over the course of the, it's not really a tutorial. I'm just going to be launching a rocket. If you have questions for me, you can put them in chat over there, and I'm going to be asking you some questions, too. So I'm going to ask you things that I need on my rocket. Why did this work this way? And see if you can, as fast as you can, type those answers into chat. There's Josh over there as well saying 5x5 Rocket Nerd as well. Thank you all so much for joining us here. So let's get started with Kerbal Space Program, right? I'm just going to go start a game, and I've already created a game. There's all sorts of different modes you can play and that sort of stuff. But I'm going to resume a save, and you can see I've got Intrepid Kids Week 2021. Nice blank slate, no flights in progress. I spent 23 minutes making sure it was set up correctly before the show. So we are going to hop in, and y'all should hear a little bit of bird noises there. We end up at our Space Center. This is the Kerbal Space Center, and this is where we're going to be building and launching our rockets. You see, it has some things that if you've seen space centers before, you might recognize. There's some big buildings where you can build rockets. There's actually some, like a hangar where you can build planes. There's a big R&D facility where you can train astronauts. This is where they do budgets and stuff. Come on, really? Tracking dishes and a launch pad. So these are all sorts. Oh, yeah, there's a runway too, by the way. These are all sorts of things that we use for different types of missions in real life. But today, since we're trying to launch a rocket, I'm going to go to the VAB, the Vehicle Assembly Building. The cool thing is the Vehicle Assembly Building in Kerbal is modeled after the real Vehicle Assembly Building out at NASA. If you were watching the Virtual Astronomy Live yesterday, we had a fantastic guest, an engineer from NASA with the VAB in the background. Oh, sorry, it's the VAB. I'm supposed to say VAB because that's how the cool NASA kids say it. So let's hop into the VAB and see we've got this big building where we could potentially build a rocket. And you can sort of see down here on the ground, let's just toss something down real quick. There we go. You can see our little Kerbals working on the ground down here. It'd probably be better than the spaceplane hangar, but our little Kerbals, our little green people who we try to launch into space. Instead of having realistic humans and stuff like that, we have little funny cartoon characters. They bounce around, they can jump out of planes and stuff like that. They have parachutes, so there are fun little folks that we're trying to get into space. We don't know where they came from. All we know is they have one building on the entire planet, and it's designed to launch rockets. So let's get going with that. I want today to try and get one of these Kerbals into space. There's a couple different ways we can accomplish that. That's sort of spoilers on the screen here. Geez, let's get rid of that. So if I want to get a Kerbal into space, I'm going to need to build them a rocket. And if I'm building a rocket, I need to know the different types of parts that I'm going to need for my rocket. So toss some answers into chat for me really quickly. Give me some ideas. What would I need to include on my rocket? I ban everyone that says canards because we're not putting canards on the rocket. That's not a thing today. Oh, right there already. Geez, Intrepid, can you handle that? No. Kidding. Sorry, Ike. Let me know the different types of parts that I need to put on my rocket. And while you put that into chat, I'm going to go over here and look. I've got all this list of parts over here on the side. You can see I can grab different pieces. That actually looks like a piece from maybe the space station if you've seen the cupola. We've got these little, I don't think I could fit in there, but it's like a little Sputnik. It's actually called the Stay Putnik. Anyways, there's all sorts of parts I can put on the rocket. There's also, these are like fuel tanks over here, right? So I can go and I can put a little fuel tank. And you see, as I build the rocket, I'm not having to do CAD drawings or anything like that. They just sort of snap the pieces together. I call it green glue. You see the little green part there on the top? And you can sort of snap pieces of green glue together, and it just makes your rocket a little bit easier to put together. There are some information or some answers coming back into chat. Somebody said we need some fuel tanks. That's where we are right now. Good one. A Marco and Command Pod. Nice. Apparently you've played before. An engine is good, Mr. Strider. That's a good one, too. Engines are a nice addition, I know. It's good to see you as well, Ike. And more SRBs, I think that was. But we can get all these things from our sidebar over here. And you can see there's different sorts of engines I can get. And then there's these little things. And sometimes I can just snap them on the side. And then there's ridiculously huge things. Oh, that's not even... Well, that doesn't look like a very good rocket. I almost feel like we should launch it, though. I think maybe we should. We did put a probe core on there, right? Would I be able to actually control this thing? Let's see how this launches. I'm just going to call this rocket. I feel like it should have a question mark after it. But let's go ahead and put this on the launch pad and see what happens. And then we'll come back and I'll take some of your answers. A robotic camera. I like it. In Brewster, your 4-year-old says steel in a header tank. I like that. Steel in a header tank. What are we building? Starships? Let's see if we can launch this thing. I'm going to go ahead, and it's like a quad pod. It's not really a tripod. It has engines on it. Let me see if it's going to fly. And y'all should be getting that sound really quickly. That looks more like a carnival ride than a rocket, doesn't it? I don't know if that's really the right way to launch things. How much time do we have? I don't even know if y'all can hear me right now. How loud is this right now? As it turns out, rockets are loud sometimes. I think we're probably going to have to go back to the drawing board because while that rocket seems to be flying, I don't think that we had a place to actually put our Kerbal. Could you hear whenever that was going off? Let me know if that was too loud. I think you're onto something, I know, right? Let's go ahead. And the cool thing about Kerbal Space Program is that we can learn from our mistakes. I mean, that's flying. I don't know if it's even making a really cool spiral pattern behind. Look at that. It's got some sort of rocket DNA or something. But the cool thing is, I forgot something. I wanted to take a Kerbal into space, and in order to take a Kerbal into space, I need some way for the Kerbal to ride this rocket. So we can learn from our mistakes, and we can actually say, hey, let's go ahead and revert the flight back here, and I can say, send that all the way back to the vehicle assembly. Remember the vehicle assembly building? Send it all the way back into the building, and that's going to allow me to make some changes to my rocket. So if I wanted to have a Kerbal ride this to space, I guess we could just put a lawn chair on the top, right? Could we just do that? And is it possible? Like, could we just have a Kerbal go into that command? Maybe Jeb would like to ride that today. Now we've got a place for the Kerbal to ride. Let's put it out on the lawn launch pad and launch it again. See what happens. More struts. It might need more struts. If it starts to go all wobbly like spaghetti mode, you might need to reinforce the rocket a little bit. But give me a show of hands. Who would ride to space on a rocket like this? Would this be... This is not me. I'm not raising my hand. Let's try this one more time, and I'm going to go ahead and try to launch it with Jeb on board. I'm telling you, it's like a carnival ride. Look at this. That's actually quite confusing. Maybe we shouldn't do that. It's Ares 1 vibes. It's very confusing. I'm never going to get FAA clearance for these rockets, am I? Again, while this looks like a very fun rocket to launch, it doesn't look like a very realistic rocket to launch. And if we want Jeb to get all the way to space safely and come all the way back down again, we're going to learn from our mistakes one more time. Again, I don't know if that's a mistake. We're going to send this back to the vehicle assembly building. I almost said VAB. And let's just start over. New rocket. Just clear the slate and let's start over. So from the ideas that you put in chat, we're going to need some different parts. And scrolling through chat, I can see we need some place for our Kerbal to ride. So let's put a command capsule on there, right? Let's go over here. I don't think a Kerbal could fit in that. Again, there's so many parts. There's lots of different options, but that doesn't look like it has a spot for a Kerbal. That looks like it has a spot for maybe a Kerbal to be inside. In fact, you can check and it'll tell you if there's a chair for the Kerbal to sit in here, right? But that doesn't look very aerodynamic. Rockets are usually pointy on the top, and this looks flat. It looks like it would have trouble making its way through the air. So we're not going to do that. Let's grab... I mean, that's getting somewhere. That looks like a plane cockpit, so I don't think we want that. That's nice and pointy, but let's go ahead and get a normal little capsule like that. And I don't mean to be boring, but this looks like a nice first rocket capsule instead of making a big crazy contraption, right? So now we have a place for the Kerbal to sit. The other cool thing, the game sort of does this in the background. You don't have to worry about this, but it also has air for the Kerbals to breathe. And it has heat so that the Kerbals don't freeze in space. And it has snacks for them to eat. This little capsule has a bunch of different things that the Kerbal might need to take with him in order to go into space. Unlike the command chair. When we had the command chair, that didn't have room for snacks. That didn't have any oxygen for them to breathe. This didn't have... But this capsule looks like it'll protect our Kerbals on the way to space. So some other ideas that we got from chat over here. Pressurized areas. That's actually, Mr. Strider, you're exactly right. This is a pressurized area. This is a spot where the Kerbal could sit, and instead of having to be in their spacesuit, they could be inside the capsule with air to breathe, room to move around. That's exactly right. Cup holders. You're right. This chair does have cup holders. Can we send that to Duna? Maybe, Space Jane. Maybe we'd have to do a little bit more work before we send that to Duna. But we've got the capsule. Somebody else said we need an engine, right? So let's go over here, and again, there's so many different engines. A lot of people are like, wow, I'm just overwhelmed by the engines, or all the different parts in the game. That looks like, I mean, the problem is that you could actually fit the place for the Kerbals inside of the engine bell. I don't think that this is the proper way to design a rocket. This is more of a game of like hide the Kerbal under the Saturn V engine bell. So F1 engine bell. So that's not going to work. And even if we did this, I still feel like we're missing something. It looks super amazing, but I don't think this rocket is going to go anywhere. Let's test it real quick. Y'all, in chat, tell me, what am I missing? I have a place for the Kerbal to sit. They have oxygen and snacks and stuff. I have this big engine that the Kerbal could just sit inside the engine bell. Not a good place. Not a good place to be sitting, but what am I missing? If I try to launch this thing right now, what is going to happen? I'm going to count it down, and we'll see if it flies anywhere, all right? Start at 3, 2, 1. Well, it made a big noise, but it didn't go anywhere. Chat, why is it not going anywhere right now? I see it already. People are already like, dude, fuel tanks. We told you need fuel tanks. You need fuel for this. The cool thing about the rocket engine is that it doesn't magically go to space on unicorn wishes. It actually uses physics to go into space. The rocket engine will actually use fuel and create an explosion inside the combustion chamber and throw that fuel out the back really quickly. And because you're throwing something out the back, Newton says that the rest of the rocket is going to go forwards. Right? So we need to give the rocket engine some fuel. It needs something to throw out the back so that it'll push the rocket forwards. So let's go back in there. Again, we can always learn from our mistakes. We can revert flight back to the vehicle assembly building, and let's put some fuel in it. Also, let's see here. It says fuel tanks right there, right? Let's go and grab a little fuel tank, and then we have a little fuel tank, and we can put our engine back on. And who thinks that this is going to work? Like, show of hands. Does everybody know how to show hands in chat? Look, you can put like an O, and then you can put a little slash, and that's like somebody raising their hand. See? Who thinks this is going to space? Let me know. We can give it a try. We've added fuel. Put it back out on the launch pad. This is our guest test and revise, right? Let's see here. It'll pull an SN9. Nice. It'll pull an SN9. So I'm going to go ahead and tell this rocket to go to space, and we're going to talk about that really quickly. What do I need to do in order to command the rocket to go to space? In the game, it's really easy. If you want to go to space, out of all the keys on the keyboard, you'll never guess what key you hit. What key on your keyboard would you hit to go to space? It's the space bar. So when you want to light your engine, you can actually hit the space bar, and nothing happened. So why did nothing happen? That's because here my rocket, I said, okay, you can turn the engine on, but I left the throttle way down. If you look on the screen right here, we've actually got, oh wow, that just deleted my entire Kerbal. There we go. Apparently I'm not going to be able to do that right now. It's not letting me draw over Kerbal for some reason. But we have over here the throttle, and the throttle's all the way down. So even though I activated the engine, it's not going anywhere. Let's go ahead and try to throttle up. It's the shift key on this. There's a lot of different keys. You learn them pretty quickly when you play Kerbal. But I'm going to press the shift key, and you can see that once I allow the engine to have some throttle is just how much fuel you're letting the engine burn off, it did in fact make me fly. Now the problem is, if you were watching, it sort of shows you the fuel level here. I ran out of fuel really quickly. My fuel tank wasn't even the size of my engine bell. So even though my Kerbal went way up into the air, jumped up above the, this looks like some sort of game of badminton or something, I didn't actually make it to space. Space is still way up there. And I am going to have a little bit of a problem here, because I forgot something. I have no fuel left to land, and what is going to happen to poor dear Jebediah here whenever... That was luckily in the simulator, so that is not going to work out. We need some way for our Kerbal to safely touch down. We didn't have any fuel. You've seen SpaceX rockets land, right? Where they come back down and they land and they turn the engines on again, and that actually lets the rocket land. We've seen that work, but we did not have any fuel left. We couldn't do it today. So we need to come up with some ideas. Toss it into chat. What can we do in order to get this rocket a little bit safer for Jeb? And I'm going to revert the flight again. That was just a test. We didn't actually cause Jeb any harm at all. We actually just had him figure out that wasn't enough fuel in the simulator. Let's go and change this around a little bit. So we'll take all that off. Let's put a different fuel tank on. I'm going to put a little bit bigger fuel tank on. And if I go to engines, I'm going to put a little bit smaller engine. So we'll just use that engine right there. That looks like a good engine. So now we have a smaller engine, and we have a bigger fuel tank. We still have Jeb. What can I put on the rocket to try and help this Kerbal out? It's already there. Some chutes. Thank you, Astro Matthew. Well done. I'm going to put a parachute on this capsule so that we can actually have the parachute slow Jeb, or slow our Kerbal down. It doesn't have to be Jeb. Slow our Kerbal down as they come in for a landing. So I can come all the way down. I mean, there's so many parts, right? Science parts. Here's some, if you want to put like a satellite dish on the side if he needed to get his, I guess his internet signal or whatever when he's in space, so he can check his email. There's wings and nose cones. There's all sorts of different things you can build your rockets out of. That's a battery, actually. That's cool. But I want to grab a parachute. There's even different sides of parachutes. Does that look very aerodynamic? That doesn't look like it would go through the air very easily. It's not nice and pointy. It sort of looks like a mushroom instead. So there's actually a parachute here that's just the right size, like that. And now we have our parachute on the rocket, and we can try to launch it again. So let's send this out one more time. We still have Jeb in there? Yeah, we still have Jeb in there. All right, so let's send it out one more time, and let's see how this goes. Yes, we need FAA clearance. All the FAA clearance jokes. Thank you. Jeez. So let's try this. I'm going to throttle up. So it's the Z key, just goes to full throttle. You can actually see there, right? You see the throttle going up and down like that. And I'm going to, there's a little indicator up here. Do you see up at the top of the corner? It actually shows me how much fuel I have. It says the liquid fuel, the oxidizer, the monopropellant, the electric charge, just different resources that the rocket needs in order to operate. So we can see that. We throttled up, we locked the panel, that's just the fuel gauge and stuff. We can engage the SAS. So there's actually a little bit of programming in the game that'll try to keep the rocket flying straight. And when you're trying to keep the rocket flying straight, we call it the sickness avoidance system, right? SAS. It's so the Kerbals don't throw up inside of their helmet. It's really tough to see all the gauges and stuff if you have throw up in your... No, I'm kidding. It's the stability augmentation system. So we're going to turn on the SAS. Click that to turn it on, or press the T key. Again, there's so many different ways, there's so many different buttons and stuff to learn, but once you do it a little bit, it sort of comes second nature to you. And then we are ready to launch the rocket, right? So what was the button that I was supposed to hit again? I was supposed to hit the space bar. We'll do a countdown, we'll hit the space bar and see how this goes. So count it down. I mean, I guess in the museum it's really fun because we all yell out at the same time, 3, 2, 1. Everybody loves a countdown, but I'll just count it down for you. 3, 2, 1, space! And the rocket is going. That doesn't look right. Apparently, we did everything we thought we needed to do. We put fuel on our rocket. We had a place for the Kerbal to sit. We put an engine on it. We gave the engine fuel that it could throw out the back. We turned on the throttle. We hit the space bar. We put the parachute on, but apparently the parachute came out at the exact same time as the rocket engine lighted. And that's ignited. That's a very important thing. When you're doing a space mission, there are 1,000 different things that all have to happen in a very specific order. If anybody saw the landing of Perseverance, the rover, yesterday, think of all the different things that they were saying in mission control, doing this step. So many things have to happen in a very specific order. And when they landed Perseverance, they actually had to program all those things so that it would know what to do when it was out at Mars. We have to do the exact same thing in Kerbal. The good news is I don't actually need to learn a programming language for this, but we have to make sure that the rocket's going to do all the things in the correct order. And the concept we use to do that is called staging. The other good experimental data we have here I have played over 7,000 hours of Kerbal Space Program in 6 years, and never has that happened. That has never has a craft come down and landed right between those two tanks like that. Good experimental data. We saw that the parachute saved Jeb. Instead of crashing super fast into the launch pad and exploding, the engine exploded, but Jeb was safe right there on top of the rocket. I don't know if he can get out. They'll have to send a truck over there to get him out or something. But again, we learn from our mistakes. We can press escape and we can revert the flight back to the vehicle assembly. And let's learn about programming the rocket. So if you look down here, right here next to me, right there, we have a concept called staging. And what's staging? It's just like different stages of flight. It's like step 1, you need to do this. Step 2, you need to do this. Step 3, you need to do this. So I'm going to program the rocket to do all the steps in the correct order. And we have a couple different steps here, right? Like step 1, we want to light the engine first. So all the way down here, the first thing that I have happen at the very bottom of the list, I want the engine to light, and I can just go over that and drag it down to step 1. And then step 2, I want the parachute to come out, right? So we can program our rocket with stages. You can have rockets that have 20 different stages, like light the engines, then drop these engines, then jettison these fuel tanks, then just get rid of the stage, then pop the parachutes, and all these different things that can happen. We have a pretty simple rocket here today. But what else did we observe? When that rocket came back down, we saw the rocket sort of crash and explode. The engine and the fuel tank were still connected to the capsule, and it might be better if we can separate those things somehow. The game gives us the ability to do that. We've actually got coupling here, and there's some things called decouplers. And if I grab one of these decouplers, they're basically little explosive rings, and they'll allow me to separate different parts of the rocket. So when I fire those explosives, it's going to separate the fuel and the engine away from the capsule. Now, remember the programming, remember the staging. And if you look over here again, what's going to happen first? I'm going to light the engine, and I'm going to separate the engine from the capsule. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Gotta watch the time here. So let's program that correctly. I'm just going to say, hey, I need a new stage. And the first thing I want to have happen is light the engine. And the second thing I want to have happen is separate the engine and the fuel tank from the capsule. And the third thing I want to have happen is the parachute. There's one other thing that I want to add here in looking at the time. I want a way to protect the Kerbal from the heat. So when you go through the atmosphere, you're actually pushing the atmosphere out of the way so hard that it gets really hot. You compress the air and it heats up. And you don't want that heat to actually melt your capsule. So over here, this little thing looks like a flame, says thermal, and I can put a heat shield on it, right? That heat shield's too small. That heat shield's, of course, too big. So like Goldilocks, we're going to grab the heat shield that's just right. And now we can actually light the engine, separate the fuel tank and the engine from the rest of the rocket, but when we do that, there'll be a heat shield on the bottom. Again, this is another thing that Perseverance had yesterday. This heat shield will protect the Kerbal and the precious cargo in the capsule from the flames that happen when it re-enters. Let's try this one more time. So we're going to roll it out to the pad, like that. How did I get which in there? Wait, morning show. How did I get what in there? There was something that I was getting in there? All right, so we're going to throttle up. Just press the Z key. Make sure we can see our fuel, electric charge, and stuff like that. Turn on the SAS over there, and we're going to count it down. 3, 2, 1, ignition. Hitting the space bar, and there you go. Our rocket is actually going full up. I don't know if it's going to space. I know that space is up, but is it going to actually make it to space is going to be a good question. So check this out. If you look over on the other side, you see the fuel? The fuel tank right next to that little rocket engine icon over there is going down. You can see it up on the top too. You see the fuel up here going down. That fuel is coming out of this fuel tank. And you can see pretty soon the fuel tank's going to be empty. Now, it's going super fast. We've got some plasma around the outside of the rocket. But the fuel tank has emptied out, and that means I'm just going to be falling back down again. Let's see. I can actually look at my orbital trajectory and see how high I got. I just hit the M key. M is for map, right? And if I hover over that, you can see that my apoapsis is the highest point in my orbit, or highest point in my trajectory here, is 68 kilometers, 68,000 meters. That's just shy of space. In Kerbal Space Program, they define space as starting at 70 kilometers, and I got to 68 kilometers. No good. Let's do one more test here. So we're going to speed this up. I can actually speed time up. It's really good when you're testing things out. And if you watch back to here, you can see I used all that fuel down here at the bottom, and that got me all this speed. I got going really fast, and I'm going way up like this. But eventually, I'm going to run out of energy. Gravity is going to take over and start pulling me back down again. This is the exact same thing. If you're outside on the playground or something like this, and you jump as high as you can, maybe you're a super good jumper, you're a world-class Olympic hopeful jumper, right? But no matter how high you jump, what's going to happen? You're going to come back down again. What makes you come back down? Gravity. The gravity of Earth is pulling you down. That's why you can stand on the ground and stuff like that. But even though the rocket is really good at jumping with this engine, it wasn't good enough to actually make it into space. It was pulled back down by Earth's gravity. Let's run this test really quickly. We're going to hit the space bar again. And there you can see it actually got rid of that. It's really lucky that that didn't hit the building over there. You got to think about stuff like that. But here you can see we're coming down. It's just the capsule. The heat shield is here to help protect us. Didn't really get going fast enough to need the heat shield. And that's probably going to explode down there at some point. I don't even know where it is anymore. At some point, there's just going to be an explosion below us and surprise us. But let's test the last thing here. Will the parachute pop? The parachute popped correctly, and it looks like all of these systems... I even knew it was coming. I told you that it was going to explode, and I forgot that it was going to explode like 3 seconds later. So it looks like the parachute's working as well. It looks like all of our experiments, hopefully that opens up a little bit. Okay, yeah. Whew. It opens up and it looks like Jeb would successfully land here. So let's roll back in. Let's take what we've learned and make a little bit better rocket. Back to the vehicle assembly building, maybe one last time. So that time we ran out of fuel. We need to add more fuel to our rocket. I'm just going to put the engine on the side there. Let's go over here and snap some more fuel together. Again, there's all sorts of fuel. We could get into, is this engine big enough to actually lift that up? Yada, yada, yada. But let's try to do this right. We'll just put a nice, even fuel tank on there. And there's another fuel tank. And there's that. That should be good. I think that might be really close. Let's see if that's going to get us to space or not. And let's put this out one last time. The cool thing about this, by the way, we've had our test pilot, Jeb, doing all these tests. not just Jeb, Valentina can fly as well. Let's put Valentina in here for this test, and we'll go ahead and launch this one more time. Let's see how this works. Yeah, it's definitely not rocket science. Quasi, it's definitely not rocket science. And we probably should, Josh, have activated the FTS system, the flight termination system. So now we've got Valentina here. She's in our capsule. We're going to throttle up, panel lock, SAS engage. Let's try to fly Valentina to space. We'll count it down, saying 3, 2, 1, ignition. And there we go. We see that rocket engine just barely able to lift the rocket off, but that looks good. What happened last time? Last time when my rocket jumped straight up, it came back down again. Should I just try to go straight up again? And then, hey, I'm in space. What's going to happen if I just go straight up? When I'm going to space, it's not just about getting high enough, getting far enough off the surface of the Earth, getting enough altitude. It's also about going around the planet. You got to be going 17,500 miles per hour, over 20,000 kilometers per hour in order to stay in space. So I don't just want to go into space, I want to stay there. So in order to accomplish this, I'm actually going to try and lean my rocket over. And I want it to fly sideways so it can go around the planet instead of just going up and falling back down again. So I'm pressing the keys. It's the D key here. It's ASDW to sort of point the rocket in different directions. You can actually see, if you look at the bottom, do you see our engine sort of wiggling a little bit? The engine is actually changing exactly the direction the fire is coming out, changing the thrust, vectoring the thrust, and the rocket can use that to try and steer in different directions. Again, I'm just tapping the keys there. But there, my rocket is looking pretty good. Let's keep on leaning over here. Let's go look at the trajectory. Remember how we went straight up and down? This time, we're not just going straight up and straight down again, but we're actually starting to go around the planet. And I wonder, how high is this? I need that number to be above 70, right? So it's going up 28, but also my velocity is increasing. This looks good. It looks like I might be able to draw a circle around the planet here. I'm going to keep doing this. Let's see, there's 40, 43, 44. I'm going to let that get to like 75. And then I'm going to turn off my engine. Remember, it's the X key to turn off the engine here. So there's 60, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75. Yeah, pretty close. So now, hey, if you look at this, my rocket's going super fast. It's actually going so fast there's this plasma, this heat around it again. And if I look out here, I've got an arc. I'm not quite going to stay in space. I went up, but I also fell back down again. And I tried to go around the planet, but I didn't get going quite fast enough. I need to get going a lot faster if I want to stay in orbit. The cool thing about being in orbit is it's about being like falling towards the planet and missing. Gravity doesn't go away, and that's going to keep trying to pull me down towards the planet. But there's a little bit of a programming thing, a computer simulation thing. I can plot a maneuver node, and that allows me to do some calculations and say, hey, if I turn on my engine when I get to the highest point in my orbit, maybe I can go all the way around the planet. Let's see if that works out. This looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and just lean over a little bit. We could add some thrusters and stuff to make this a little bit more realistic. Now we're just using the magic of electric motors to make our rocket turn a little bit here. And let's get this going really fast because I know we are very limited on time here. That little blue thing tells me where I should be pointing to follow what that node plotted out. And we'll speed up time just a little bit. Again, the rocket's just coasting up to the top of its little arc, its ballistic trajectory there. And when it gets to the top, this is actually going to tell me when I should light my engine again. So see right there, 22 seconds, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Let's slow down time. 4, 3, 2, 1. Turn the engine back on. Don't press the space bar. If you want to turn the engine back on again, we don't want to go to the next stage. That would have separated us from the rocket. We wanted to just turn the engine on, throttle it back up again. But here, if you look at this, my blue line is getting longer and longer and longer, until eventually it completely misses the planet. And then you can see, I can get rid of the maneuver node. Now, the lowest point of my orbit, 73. Periapsis is the lowest point of my orbit or trajectory. Apoapsis is 86. Both of those are above 70 kilometers. So we have successfully got Valentina into space for the first time in this save. But that right there is how we can get a rocket to orbit in Kerbal Space Program. Now, there's still a lot that we need to do. We need to get the Kerbal back safely. How do we get back out of orbit? What if we want to go, I don't know, to the moon. There's a moon we can go to over here. There's a little captured asteroid thing. We can actually go all the way out to Mars. It's called Duna in the game. So we could go all the way out here. You could even design a rover like Perseverance, and you could make the entire mission to get into orbit and then fly a trajectory that gets you close to Mars and then land on Mars and then try to do there's all these different things that you can do. There's an entire solar system that you can explore. But in order to do it, you have to learn the basics of not only physics, but planning your rockets and designing the missions and all of those sorts of cool things. I was supposed to do that in 30 minutes, and I think I did it in like 33 minutes. I'm not sure. I think up next there's a little bit of a Q&A section,
Yeah,
if I remember
you're a
correctly.
pro with this. Your timing is great. Absolutely.
I was trying so hard to get it right in the time frame.
Oh, no, you're totally good. And, I have to say, I love how with all of these, important parts of the rocket, we're learning physics and all of these things that we've come to, but we started off with snacks, right?
Yep, snacks.
The most important part of any NASA project, obviously.
That is exactly right. You have to take the snacks. In fact, if you go inside the capsules, you can look around inside the capsule. There's all sorts of drawers labeled like snacks, more snacks, extra snacks. So
it's reality. That's what astronauts have too. They have lots of snack drawers, snack pockets.
Yep.
The corned beef sandwich story. He had a snack
Yep.
pocket. Totally. It's real. So yeah, that was just so much fun to watch you do that. And I also
Good
love
deal.
watching the little Kerbals, little expressions on the bottom too. So much fun. But yes, we have some questions for you, I believe. So
excellent.
when did you start Kerbal?
Oh, wow. 7 years ago, I think. I picked up Kerbal. I saw something online, like on Reddit or something. I think it was Imgur. And I saw this picture of this game. And I've played video games my entire life. And I saw this game where you got to build rockets. And I've always loved space and aerospace and designing things, building things. I had airplanes hanging from my ceiling when I was a kid. And I saw this screenshot and I said, whoa, okay, what game is this? I picked it up. I'm not going to admit that this was maybe a healthy thing, but I played it for like 12 hours straight the first time because I felt like I was learning something. It's like, oh, I can design this, then I can build this, then I can fly this. Then I couldn't put it down. It was such an interesting game, and that led me to, what was it, like 6 years ago now, start the Kerbal Space Academy, helping other people learn to play the game. So
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it takes time to learn it, I would imagine, but once you get going, so much fun. So another question for you. What Kerbal program is the best to buy for a beginner? So yeah, actually, we just watched you have a ton of fun with this program. How can everyone at home get involved with Kerbal Space Program? And yeah, what is a good one for a beginner to start off with?
So there's so many different things. There's expansions, you can get new parts, there's all these mods you can download, but the best thing if you're just starting to get the game is to just get the Kerbal Standard Edition, just the regular thing. You don't have to worry about robotics expansions and other additional historical parts. If you just get the regular game, that gives you sort of a good basis to start learning the basics. It can be a little overwhelming sometimes, and if you get all of these mods, all these extra parts, you have thousands of parts to choose from, all these realistic things, it can be like, wow, how am I ever going to figure this out? If you just start with the base game, right, just the standard edition game, no extra parts or anything like that, you can learn how they snap together, how to fly the rocket, the different keys and stuff like that. That's the best way to start. And then once you get your first rocket into orbit or you build your first space station, then you're like, wow, I could really go further. I'm going to get the historical expansion pack and get some additional historical parts. Or I'm going to get the robotics pack and I can start designing and building and programming robotics inside the game. There's no way I could cover it in 30 minutes. There's so many different things. But just getting started with the base game, don't try to install a bunch of crazy stuff. Just get the basics down first, I would say.
That's so cool that there's so many expansions and, like you said, historical stuff. So you really are learning history at the same time as learning physics and engineering and science and everything too.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. And another question, what is DOS's favorite rocket?
I've said this a lot of times. We do tons of live launch coverage. I would do a lot of work with NASA Spaceflight, and my favorite rocket is the one that's launching today. So whatever it is, whatever rocket we see on the pad, that is my favorite rocket because I love seeing rockets fly. I don't care if it's a SpaceX rocket, a ULA rocket, an experimental rocket, something like they have the Starship down at Texas that SpaceX is working on. Whatever's flying today is my favorite rocket because I just like seeing rockets fly.
They are always coming out with better and better ones, aren't they? And yeah, okay, so here's another one. Can you launch a bigger rocket?
Oh. I think we can absolutely launch a bigger rocket. This is always something that we're trying to do in Kerbal. Let me switch my camera back over here. And I'm going to safely recover Valentina, but we'll just go all the way back down to the VAB. And you can build some really big rockets in this game. Like, instead of, well, let's just do that. And let's grab these big, massive fuel tanks. What's the biggest fuel tank we have in the game? These look pretty big, right? And then we can, I don't know, maybe we should add a couple more fuel tanks like that to it. Then remember we had those big engines? Let's see, at the very beginning, where are those big F1 engines at? Nope, that's the skiff. And it's up there. It is right there. So we can actually put lots of engines on the rocket. Like that. See?
Oh my god.
And I'm not even sure if this is going to be enough thrust. Let's see. Let's try to launch. Well, we might as well put some more SRBs on it, right? I think we've got these really big. No, those are tiny. Those are pretty big. Let's see how this
There's so many
works.
options. I feel like
There really are. Oh, how's that?
decision paralysis. Oh my goodness. That's a big rocket. You
Does
asked
that look
for it,
good?
guys. You asked for it. Can we launch
Let's,
it? What will happen?
Oh, absolutely. Here, look, we could actually just put more boosters on it. And you could just keep adding boosters as long as you want. Let's see if it actually flies.
Did you put a
I think-
Kerbal in it? Oh my gosh.
I hope not.
You're gonna survive.
Let's see. You can just keep snapping them on. Let's see here. Uh-oh. Quick! EVA!
Well, we
Remember
built
when
a
I-
bigger rocket. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe there are better ways to do it. We'll have to, try that.
You know the crazy thing? I mean, as a joke, it's like, okay, yeah, that didn't fly, but the game actually allows you to reinforce the rocket design. So we call these space tape. There's these struts, and you can actually come over here and you can strut parts of the rocket together different ways, and you can increase the structural stability. And when you do that, let's see here, if it
Is
doesn't
space
fall
tape
apart,
like duct tape, kind of. You just like.
but in space.
Yeah. They have duct tape in space,
Let's see here. We'll try this as the last thing I know. Oh! I think we needed even more space tape, but at least it didn't explode that time. This is not going to go. I don't know where that piece is going. I don't think that was... That's the runway! Valentina, you need to get out of there, please. Uh-oh. Pop the parachute. This is not good. Uh-oh.
Oh, well.
Like I said, we learned from our mistakes.
There you go. We tried. Always improving. Problem
I
solving.
think our larger rocket needs a little bit more work, I think.
Yeah, we'll keep working on that. Well, Das, thank you so much again for joining us for Virtual Kids Week. Always a pleasure. And I guess we'll see you again next month soon, right? Coming up for our next Astronomy Live.
Sounds
Thursday.
good.
All right. Thank you so much again for being here.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for watching. And, folks, make sure you follow the Intrepid channel here. If you came from my channel, make sure you follow this one. They're doing content just about every single day. So if you like this, you definitely want to make sure you can get back.
All right. Thanks so much, Das. Great to see you again.
All right. Great to see you, Alicia. Thank you.
All right, so everyone, we just saw a really, really fun way to learn some rocket engineering and physics and science, space science, all that. But did you know that the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum also offers fun and free virtual STEM programs for students? So generously funded by Con Edison, students in grades 6 through 8 can explore themes just like what we saw today here: engineering, aviation, and space science. So you can request a program for your class today by visiting intrepidmuseum.org/education for more information and to register. Now, coming up at 3 p.m., we have another awesome program from our own awesome Intrepid education team. So you will get a virtual tour of the Intrepid Museum using Google Arts and Culture to learn some of the highlights of our history on the ship and of the crew who served from 1943 to 1974. But first, since it is still Space Day, here is another short video from the Intrepid Museum about the anatomy of a comet and what it means for space science and exploration. Check it out.
Welcome to Inside Intrepid Education, a video series about exploring with history and science. My name is Alex, I'm an educator with the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, and today we're going to talk about the anatomy of a comet and what it means for space science and exploration. Comets are leftover remnants from the early days of the solar system. Most comets exist at the outer edges of the solar system in a place that we call the Oort cloud. Now sometimes comets will collide with each other. This will send one careening toward the sun. When that happens, it becomes very bright in the sky and we can see it easily from the Earth. As the comet nears the sun, it begins to glow brightly through a process that we call sublimation. Our experiment today is going to recreate that process for you. Comets are made up mostly of ice. Now this ice comes in two different forms. We have carbon dioxide ice, what's known as dry ice, and we also have water ice. Comets also contain rock and dust, which I'm going to simulate right here with some soil and rock I've got in a bottle. Comets also contain ammonia, methane, and other chemicals. So I'm going to simulate that by putting a little glass cleaner into my comet as well. Now the first step is to break our dry ice into very small powdery pieces. So cover up my ice, grab my trusty hammer. All right, we've smashed up our ice into a nice fine powder. Now it's time to mix the ingredients together. Now we're going to add our dirt and soil and rocky material. Comets have a good amount of dust and rock within them besides the ice. Now it's time to combine our ingredients. Take an ordinary plastic trash bag. A heavy-duty trash bag works best. Pour in my dirt. Always do the ice last. So next you want water, my ammonia, and finally the dry ice. Make sure you get it all in, and then take the bag, close it, and using your gloved hands, compress all the ingredients together at the bottom. Oh, there it is. And there is my comet. The gas you see coming off of the comet is part of the process of sublimation. That is, a substance going straight from its solid phase into a gas phase without stopping at a liquid in between. The sublimating gases produce the tail of the comet that you see in the sky at night. One of the main reasons we study comets is because comets are suspected to have brought water to the planet Earth. And water, as we all know, is one of the key ingredients for life. So by recreating the anatomy of a comet, we've unlocked a piece of our own history. Thanks for watching. Keep experimenting and exploring, and please visit us at intrepidmuseum.org.
All right. So welcome back to Virtual Kids Week, everyone. And our last program of the day. Please welcome to the stage Michael from the Intrepid Museum. Michael, come on up.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
Hi there.
All right. So you are going to be giving us a bit of a highlights tour today, right?
That is correct.
Awesome.
I'm definitely doing that.
Great. Well, take it away.
Excellent. So hello, everybody. One moment. All right. Excellent. So welcome to the Intrepid Museum's new live virtual programming. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to hearing your questions throughout the program. And we'll try to address as many as we can. The museum's live streams are free. If you would like to support us in delivering this exciting content, please click on the link below in the description. My name is Michael Stevens, and I'm a museum educator. I will be your host today as we learn about highlights and heroes during Intrepid's history. So we're looking at a couple of fascinating images of the Intrepid. Now, I really like the one on the left because it really highlights what Intrepid used to look like. I want you to think back to the 1940s, if you will, and compare that to today. To the picture on the right, there have been a few changes. So main difference is Intrepid served for many years as a Navy aircraft carrier. And today we're a museum, and there have been some differences over the years. Unfortunately, can't be there live on the ship today, but we are happy to bring all this virtual programming to you. Now, if you think about the image on the left with the in service, you'll notice a lot of objects on that on the top. So an aircraft carrier, let's think about what the role of that is. It is a floating mobile airport at sea where airplanes could take off and land on this flight deck, this runway. And the fascinating thing about it is about 912 feet long. And if you were to take Intrepid and flip it vertically, it is about the same height as the Chrysler Building in New York City. You can, in fact, hold 3 simultaneous American football games on top of the ship on the flight deck. So that's pretty fascinating. Over time, the weight of this massive ship grew to be 42,000 tons, and it could travel at a speed of about 34 knots, which is close to 40 miles per hour. It doesn't seem that fast, but for a ship of its size, that is. So let's think more about where we are. I had mentioned that we are a museum today, and if you've never been to New York, we are located in Manhattan on the Hudson River. You see the Hudson River right here. It's looking up north towards the Bronx and Connecticut. On the left side, you have the state of New Jersey. On the right side, you have Manhattan. And I just want you to take a moment and point on your screen where you think the Intrepid Museum is. Yes, that is right here. It's kind of hard to see, but we're located at Pier 86 on the far west side of Manhattan. And we hope to have you with us live again in the near future. So let's think about the role of Intrepid and its history as that aircraft carrier. Now, the foundation or the keel of the ship was laid in 1941. In fact, it was December 1st, 1941. Something important happened on December 7th, just 6 days later. It was supposed to take 3 to 5 years to finish the construction of Intrepid, and this is before the United States entered World War II. But on December 7th, something serious happened that brought the United States into the war. Give you a second to think about it. Yes. Hopefully you were thinking of the attacks on Pearl Harbor. So that actually changed the course of Intrepid's timeline. That sped up the process from those 3 to 5 years to 17 months. That's incredible. So from 1943 rather to 1974, Intrepid served in 3 different wars. World War II, as we already talked about, the Vietnam War, and the Cold War, particularly as a recovery vessel for NASA. A lot of people don't realize that. Intrepid has been a museum in New York City and our spot at Pier 86 since 1982. Now, a lot of people ask me, Michael, how many planes does it carry? Well, that kind of depends on the time period we're thinking about. But in World War II, it would be from 80 to about 100 aircraft. And you can see them lined up on this image. There's some on the runway. Now, this image is a little bit newer. This is after some changes during the 50s. Intrepid went through some modifications and it was refitted. It never served in the Korean War, so it was on reserve during that time period. But there were some changes to the flight deck. The ship became a little bit bigger, but keep in mind, this is not a battleship or a destroyer. It was really, the main weapon was the aircraft, the airplanes. And some of the most popular ones in World War II were the Hellcat and the Avenger. And we're going to look at one of those in particular today. Before I move on beyond Intrepid's history, I just want to know if you have any questions for me so far. Okay. How many captains were there that served on Intrepid? That's a great question. It kind of depends. Well, a lot of people ask me, who were they? So I like to describe it as basically one for every year. So there were about 30 captains that served. And they would be in the island. They could go anywhere, really, but a lot of times the captain would be up on the island, that tall structure you see that looks like a separate building, but it's not. That's where navigation would occur. Excellent. Any other questions? What did Intrepid do during the Korean War? In the Korean War, it was just on reserve. It was waiting to be called back into service. So it was just kind of holding out until it was called back into service. Excellent question. All right. So we are now going to go into talking more about the people, the human side of Intrepid's history. And this is a special month. It is Black History Month. So we're going to highlight some important stories that really tell the narrative of what life was like for some Black sailors that lived and worked on board Intrepid. So let's get started, and feel free to keep asking those questions. I'll stop every once in a while to answer those. So I like to start here. We are looking at actually the oldest aircraft in Intrepid's collection, the Avenger. And I actually have a model of it here in my hands. And what I really like to think about with this one is I like to compare this model of the Avenger to what we're seeing on the screen. A couple of things for us to think about. It got the nickname Turkey because it's kind of got the shape of a turkey, kind of awkward. But it's a really magnificent aircraft that was really engineered in a couple of ways that make it special. Now, I don't know if you notice, there's something different about the wings of this model compared to the wings of the plane sitting inside the hangar deck, which is the giant garage for the aircraft. Now, let's kind of explore those differences. I just invite you to put your arms out like this, create some wings, and if you have anything around, just start turning. And if you notice when you're turning, you might be bumping into things. Or if you have some people around you, you might be bumping into them. So these wings were designed to do something very special. So let's fold these wings just like that. And if you turn them, you're no longer bumping into anybody. So these wings are not broken. they are folded. They were engineered that way. And another fascinating thing about the Avenger is its counter shading. So that's a form of camouflage. This, if you notice in the screen, underneath the body of the airplane, you'll notice there's a torpedo. So this is a bomber. So it flew low to the ocean. And in World War II, Intrepid was serving in the Pacific Ocean, fighting against Japan, and never went to Europe. But it would have to fly so low in order to drop that torpedo on its target and immediately get away. But if you think about it, this plane can't go that fast because it's got a lot of gravity, right? But if you were a plane flying over it and you look down, it looks like the ocean, right? If you're flying side by side, it's going to blend in with the blue in the sky. And if you're flying under it and you look up, it's going to look like white clouds. So this was definitely designed intentionally to help it camouflage. Now, that's a lot of fascinating stuff about the aircraft itself. But there was one particular person, really well known, didn't serve on Intrepid, but was the youngest naval aviator during the war. And that person is the individual you see in the upper right-hand corner. That is former president, the first president, George Bush, the father. He was 19 years old when he served as a pilot in World War II, operating an Avenger. And so he is basically, he was a hero during this time. He actually survived an attack where his plane was shot down. He survived, but his other two crew members did not. Now, thinking about other two crew members, I'm going to bring back the model really quickly. George Bush would be the pilot, so he would be in the front portion, right? Then you would have, you see this ball, it looks like a ball in the picture on the right, lower right side of the screen. That is a spot for a gunner. And it's a gun turret. So there would be somebody in here where they would be shooting the guns. And then you'd have a third person at the back, which is a radar man or a radio man, listening for communication from the Intrepid. And so there was one other person that was well known. Again, he didn't serve on Intrepid. In fact, he had an ear infection while he was training to serve as a gunner in this little ball. And he was an actor by the name of Paul Newman. Now, this ball looks really, really tiny. When he was training, he developed an infection and was unable to actually serve in combat. And if you notice that that glass is not really bulletproof. So there's a lot of risk involved in flying, going inside there. He had to crawl up from underneath and kind of curl up into a ball. In most cases, there weren't height limits or height restrictions on Intrepid, but to be in this position, there definitely were. Yes, indeed. All right. Are there any questions before we go on to talking about some other heroes? Did any famous people or well-known heroes serve on Intrepid? Yes, so these two did not, as we discussed, but the late Senator John McCain did serve on Intrepid during the Vietnam War. He's one of the most well-known people to have flown off of Intrepid. Great. How fast could the Intrepid move? So it's kind of, think about it, since you're moving through the water, it's not going to go as fast as a car, obviously. Water definitely makes it a little more challenging. So this would go at about 37 to 40 miles per hour. That's it. Great question. All right. So let's talk about some other heroes. This hero is actually a pilot who did serve on Intrepid, and he has a really fascinating story. This is Alex Verachu, and he was the son of Romanian immigrants. He grew up in East Chicago, Indiana. And what's amazing about Alex is he was a Navy ace. He went on to record, he shot down 19 different aircraft during his service. And that's incredible. He became one of 13 intrepid aviators to accomplish the title of Navy ace. And that's a really hard thing to do. 19 in his entire career. Well, on June 19th, 1944, he actually shot down 6 different aircraft in 8 minutes. That was incredible. And so we like to tell his story when you visit the museum. One way that he is celebrated in many other celebrations involving milestones like his is keeping a scoreboard. So imagine like what you see at an American football game or a baseball game or a soccer game. You have a scoreboard keeping the points. Well, Intrepid had a scoreboard on the flight deck, the runway, and they tallied all the aircraft that they shot down, or even all the ships that were destroyed by Intrepid's pilots, if you will. And so that was kept track of just to measure those milestones. And so they would come back and celebrate. And Alex was one of those who was definitely celebrated. All right. So we are going to talk a little bit more about some other heroes as we celebrate Black History Month. So I'm going to first ask you to kind of think about what you're noticing in some images on the screen. Just take a moment to let your eyes view these 2 images and see what you observe. Now, something that I'm noticing, I notice what appears to be somebody in the right corner over here in this right image. Looks like they're serving something. Maybe it's a food line, perhaps. I notice like a low ceiling, so maybe it's on a lower part of the ship. And on the left side, I see 2 people. Looks like one might be cleaning up here. One might be cooking. And I notice they're dressed a little differently, right? So both seem to be working in the kitchen. At least that's what I'm noticing. Well, this is important for us to think about. Race and race relations on board Intrepid were definitely tricky. And so there was segregation. In the Navy, if you think back to 1940, there were about 170,000 men. And I say men because women weren't serving in the military yet. But out of the 170,000 man total for the Navy in the year 1940, only about 2.3% of those individuals were Black. And so Intrepid had, at any time, generally the population of underrepresented sailors, Black, Filipino, and Latino, would only be about 10% total. And these people actually, sadly, served in segregated units. So their jobs were segregated. There was a hierarchy. If you were, there would be lower rank positions for underrepresented sailors. And so these high-ranking officers tended to be white. It was really hard to advance in your career. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what that experience was like for some people. But I want, since we're talking about a little bit of segregation and some systemic things, I want to take you into the museum just very, very briefly. Let me see if I get that to pop up here. Give me just a moment. Okay, so we are going to explore a very quick section that kind of highlights where these spaces would be. Now, you should be able to see on my screen, we are using Google Arts and Culture. This is a great way to visit the museum virtually when we cannot be there live. And what we're looking at first, the great thing about this is you can scroll around and see things. We're looking at some sleeping quarters. Now, I mentioned jobs were segregated, and so were sleeping quarters. We're in the third deck of the ship in this view, and this is where the galley or the kitchen is located still to this day. But taking a look at these beds, you might notice that if I zoom in just a little bit, you will see chains, lots of metal, low ceiling, and 3 bunk beds, all connected by these chains. That doesn't look very comfortable to me. And I don't know about you if you've ever had to share a bedroom, but 3 bunk beds is a lot to squeeze in. So people were tightly packed. And so for Black sailors, Filipino sailors, there was segregated sleeping quarters. Now, I want to, if you can imagine what sleeping quarters would be like for higher ranking commissioned officers, it was much more spacious, including a desk, more place to store your clothes, and really only sharing the room with one other person in some cases. But let's take a look at some of the dining arrangements. We are in the galley where food would be served. Now, if you notice this table, each area would be decorated in different ways during Intrepid service, but meals, the way they were served and how they were served really was an important thing to consider. For Black sailors and Filipino sailors, oftentimes you would get your food from the chow line and sit in a segregated area. And your meals would be served on trays like this, these metal trays. And if we kind of look around over here just a bit, you'll notice a similar setup, but the chairs might be a little bit more comfortable. There's more cushion over here. So your rank and what your job was really did affect where you were on board the ship. I want to show you, speaking of areas on board the ship, cool thing about this is we can cut through these areas like that. Here, we're looking at the officer's lounge down below in the same area. If you were not an officer, if you didn't have this rank, you wouldn't be in this location. You could get in a lot of trouble. But I want to highlight not only where you'd spend some free time, but again, some differences in how dining occurred on board the ship. So if you're able to see here, there's some different dishware. We talked about metal trays. Well, now I'm seeing plates, china. So these are like ceramic, much fancier than what we were talking about before, right? So if you had a high rank, if you were commissioned, if you were an officer, you would be served on with these dishes in separate rooms. And you would have servants. And sadly, your servants were typically Black or Filipino. So the segregation and the slow growth of underrepresented sailors in the Navy did continue for some time, even into the 1970s. By 1970, there was only about 5% of the total manpower in the Navy being Black specifically. So there really wasn't that much growth. So it tells us there was still work to be done. So something for us to really think about. And as we're thinking about that, I want to go into talking about a specific narrative that really highlights heroes that were relegated to low-ranking positions as stewards' mates working in the kitchen and serving or doing housekeeping roles. And their role is pretty important to thinking about what Intrepid, the Intrepid experience was. So I'm going to bring us back to our presentation. And we were moving on from thinking about this in that location of where we were talking about the segregation. And I want to highlight a story that happened in World War II. And this involved a little more than a dozen sailors. They were Black sailors who were working in low-ranking positions. Remember, underrepresented sailors or marginalized sailors did not serve in combat duties or combat positions. So they had to volunteer. You might have heard about the story of Dory in World War II. And he went and served at a battle station in a gun tub, and he received a high honor during the attacks on Pearl Harbor. He received the Navy Cross, which is one of the highest honors you can receive in the Navy. Well, he received his due recognition, and he was immediately a hero. Well, something similar but different at the same time happened with this group of Black sailors in 1944, October 29th, 1944. The members of Gun Tub 10 were trained for combat. They had permission from their officers and from the captain. And while this image on the left is not on Intrepid, it highlights the training of the work that goes into working and manning a gun tub. So they were trained by a Mexican-American gentleman by the name of, he went by the name of Papoose. And so they were trained on how to use these guns at the gun tub. And that day of October 29th, 1944, there was a kamikaze barreling down towards Intrepid. And what these men did, they were just shooting at the left wing of that plane, and they damaged the wing. So the plane started, because it was damaged, it actually barreled into their gun tub. It killed about 10 of them and injuring 6 others, severely injuring them. But those 6 survivors of Gun Tub 10 were promised the Navy Cross. Well, one of those survivors is the gentleman on the right, in the right photo over here. His name was Eli Benjamin. And he actually wasn't getting the Navy Cross here. He was getting the Bronze Star, very different from Dory, right? Well, there was a court battle with the survivors of Gun Tub 10. And one in particular, Alonzo Swan, he's the gentleman in this picture who 50 years later is actually receiving his Navy Cross. And there were actually reports that there was a Navy publication called the Meritorious Mass, where it actually had the names of the survivors and said they were to receive the Navy Cross. But it was crossed out and they were downgraded to the Bronze Star. Some of them reported they had actually received the Navy Cross, but then they were ordered to return it. Apparently, some of them did. Some never received it. Alonzo Swan was one of those that took the Navy to court, and this was a 50-year battle to actually reclaim that original honor, moving back to the Navy Cross that was promised. And so, luckily, in 1993, he did receive his Navy Cross. And we're just very thankful for his brave heroism and dedication to social justice and making sure the right thing came out on top here. So that's a very important story to talk about and discuss as we face social justice issues in our country and our world at this time. And the Gun Tub 10 story is just magnificent and full of honor. Before we go on to some other heroes who are out of this world. I want to know if there are any questions, because I know I just went through a lot. Were there broader systemic race and segregation issues in other branches? Yes. As a whole, the branches were all integrated until about 1905. As a result of the Supreme Court, the case Plessy versus Ferguson, which established separate but equal, all the branches were integrated. And so then they were segregated after 1905. And this was going on at the same time as the Jim Crow era in the country. So Black Americans who were serving in World War II were actually fighting for double victory. They were fighting for victory abroad, right? And trying to defeat the Axis powers and for world justice, but also at home with the racism and discrimination going on here. And that was still a part of all branches, including the Navy. It was very difficult to get advancement in your job and in your career. So yes, it did extend to other branches as well. Excellent. Okay, any other questions? All right. Well, if any others come up, I'm happy to answer those. So let's move on to Intrepid's time in the Cold War. Now, the Cold War was pretty broad, right? It's a hard topic to cover, but there are a few heroes that we have. And I mentioned earlier, Intrepid was involved as a recovery vessel for NASA. And so I want to think about this image here to kind of bring that into light. I want you to just take a moment to see what you notice as your eyes wander over this image here. And I will call out some things that I'm noticing, and maybe they'll be the same things you see. But in the background, I notice there are some individuals focused on what appears to be tying down this aircraft. I see somebody in the aircraft, which looks like they're holding a camera. They might be filming something. So something important might be happening in this moment. I see a lot of people's attention focused on walking. And this looks like it's the flight deck because it looks like there's water back here. They seem to be focused on this individual right here. Well, if you haven't guessed, this person is an astronaut. So in 1962, well, in the Cold War, Intrepid was involved in a couple of missions, recovering the Mercury mission and the Gemini 3 mission. And the first one was in 1962 when Intrepid picked up Mercury astronaut Scott Carpenter. He went up in the Aurora 7 mission on a Mercury capsule. And the Mercury capsule looks like this. If you ask me, it kind of looks like an ice cream cone or a microphone, something I can sing into. It's not very large, but this is an accurate replica of the Mercury capsule. Now, going back to what was happening before Scott, these earlier Mercury capsules were just going into space like you see with this rocket launch in the bottom right-hand corner. And Mercury is just right there, that little dot, and kind of like that black part in between the top and the rocket. So initially, these capsules were just going up with nobody in them. Eventually, you needed to send humans into space. And Scott was one of those. And he was the first to try to experiment with eating food in space. He was just learning to orbit. He was going up to orbit. Oops, sorry, let me go back. I thought I had an orbit image there. He was just orbiting the Earth. And so he was only gone for a few hours. He completed 3 orbits. And upon re-entry to Earth's atmosphere, he was to hit a button. And he was a few seconds too late in pushing that button. And in those few seconds, that took him 250 miles off his targeted path where he was to land and splash back down into the ocean, where Intrepid would be to retrieve him. So just to give you an idea, that's about the same amount of distance between New York City and Washington, D.C. That's a big difference. So it took Intrepid about 3 hours to travel to pick him up. And so the helicopter would fly out over, retrieve him, lift him back to the ship where he'd be checked out by the doctors, just having an exam, making sure he was okay. And he was, but that would be his only time going to space. The rest of his time, his career, he was doing aeronautics, or aquanaut rather, sorry. He was an aquanaut. So he was exploring the depths of the ocean. So that was the first mission during the Cold War in which Intrepid was involved in that space race. Now, again, this is before going to the moon. Now, the second mission involved 2 other people. And compared to the Mercury mission, I have a model here of another capsule. And you'll notice it's slightly different. Mercury could only hold 1 astronaut. So the Gemini, this is the Gemini mission, it held 2. So I really like this image because I just find the image of Intrepid in the background very powerful as it's waiting to retrieve 2 astronauts that splash down. You can tell that they're floating in the water. Well, Intrepid was there to retrieve 2 other astronauts, and these were John Young and Virgil Gus Grissom in 1965 with this Gemini 3 mission. Now, this is closer to landing on the moon, so the Gemini mission went a little farther. It did complete orbits, but it was learning to dock with other spacecraft. These astronauts actually did a spacewalk. Scott Carpenter in the Mercury mission, he never left his capsule. These 2 did. And these 2 are notorious for doing something that was a big no-no. You know, Scott Carpenter was figuring out how to eat food in space. Well, these 2 were not supposed to take food from Earth to space, but they were notorious for taking a corned beef sandwich. Now on Earth, we notice when we eat a sandwich, the crumbs fall to the ground because we have the force of gravity acting on that, right? In space, you still have gravity, you just have microgravity, just a tiny bit. That's why we have our solar system, and that's why orbits are happening. So these 2 were orbiting, and they snuck in a corned beef sandwich. And you can imagine the concern because those crumbs were free falling everywhere inside the capsule. That could have gotten into their eye or into some of the instruments. But thankfully, that didn't happen. They were retrieved, brought back on board Intrepid, just like Scott Carpenter was. They got back in the right time and the right spot. And when they did, there was a celebration. They were checked out by the medical staff and doctors. And like the story we talked about with Alex Verachu, the celebrations, the cakes, lots of cakes on board Intrepid. And this was definitely one of those other occasions to celebrate with cake, with successful return of these 2 astronauts that year. So they would cut this cake with a sword. Pretty magnificent. All right. So before we go on to our final story of a hero, I'm just curious if there are any other questions. What were some of the different ranks of the men that served on the ship? Yeah, so you would have quite a variety. So you would have, you obviously, your captain was the highest rank. You would have some other commissioned officers, your junior officers who were pilots. We can have a long conversation about that. Just many different ranks, all the way down to enlisted, which is where you are low ranking, right? So you have enlisted versus commissioned. So commissioned rank offered you a lot more luxury, more opportunities to move about and to move freely. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. So in our final one, I want to think about Intrepid in the Vietnam War. Now, towards the end of Intrepid service, it did go into Vietnam. It served 3 missions, primarily in Operation Rolling Thunder. And the idea was, like the Cold War, the idea was to stop the spread of communism. So if you imagine dominoes, if one domino falls, they all fall, right? And so Intrepid was strategically located to stop supply routes to North Vietnam, which was the communist part of Vietnam. And so they were there to bomb and to stop those supply routes. And they served there in 3 different missions in the 60s and beyond. And there's one particular story that is quite incredible to think about. When you first look at this plane kind of takes you back to another time period. I don't know about you, but if I look at the propellers here, or these wings that are folded, remember, they're not broken, it makes me think of the Avenger. So how is this involved in the Vietnam War? Well, this plane, although designed in World War II, it wasn't ready in time to go into combat during World War II. It did see service in the Korean War and the Vietnam War. And it's strange because it wasn't really designed to really do air-to-air combat. It was actually a single, there was only one person, the pilot. It's a single carrier. And so it was designed to be flying off of aircraft carriers. And you can see how it's flying here with missiles and ready to go into combat. And so there's a story of one of the pilots, Tom Patton. And in the Vietnam War, he flew the Sky Raider. And he came into contact with a MiG-17. Now I'm going to go back one picture, and you can see a portion of this MiG-17. It's this one that's in blue. In the Vietnam era, that was the jet age. So this is why the Sky Raider seems a little far-fetched for most people. If we're thinking about that, we're thinking about the jet age. Faster planes, even on Intrepid, steam catapults were put on board at this point to help these jet planes take off and faster and to get into the air much more safely. But with the Sky Raider, it just seems like it didn't fit in. But really interesting enough, one day Tom Patton was flying his plane, and he came into contact with that MiG-17, and he was maneuvering in such a way that the pilot of the MiG-17 lost sight of him. At one point, Tom was right behind him, and the other pilot didn't see him, thought he was gone, and Tom was firing at this MiG-17, and he was actually able to successfully shoot the plane down. That's a rare thing to happen. And it's actually one of only 2 instances of a Sky Raider accomplishing that feat in the Vietnam War. So, my friends, we have come to the conclusion of our program. I want to take a moment to answer any last questions that you might have for me today. What did Intrepid recover for NASA? Shuttle booster? It was actually recovering the well, obviously the capsules themselves, right? It didn't necessarily go and recover the shuttle boosters because shuttles came later, so that wasn't part of it. But it was the capsules themselves as well as the astronauts. Great question. Last question. Why was the Intrepid converted to a museum? Well, our founders, Zachary and Elizabeth Fisher, they saw Intrepid after 1974, after its service. Intrepid was just kind of sitting. It was going to be scrapped from metal in the Philadelphia area. And the founders saw it and thought this is a great way to preserve history and to tell the stories of all the brave men who lived and worked on board Intrepid. And so they took charge, brought it to New York, where it is right now at Pier 86 in Manhattan, and opened it up as a museum in 1982. Great question. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael, for that great presentation and for sharing some of those really incredible and important stories too. There is, so much important history that we have on board our ship there at the museum. We have airplanes and helicopters, even a real NASA space shuttle. Michael, do you have a favorite artifact on the ship?
Oh, my favorite artifact is, we didn't get to see it today, but I love going to the forecastle, which is the anchor chain room.
Yeah.
I just love talking about the anchors and the chains because they're just massive. That's probably my favorite part.
I think what I love about the forecastle too is how they actually have the sounds of what it would have sounded like at the time. So you can actually hear kind of the waves and like the men who would have been working and like calling to each other. And then it kind of gets a little more distant. So they're all kind of like calling down the line. And then of course the sounds of those massive anchors and chains coming up. That's a really great spot. Awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's very cold in there though. I just have to warn you when you come to the museum, it's freezing in there.
Yeah. And to imagine that area also originally didn't even have walls. So imagine what it would have been like without the walls.
And that speaks to the importance of like engineering is not a one-time thing. The ship had to be refitted and repaired many times.
That's true. Yeah. There's such a legacy of just different iterations of our ship as well.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for giving everyone a glimpse inside of our museum. That was so great.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So everyone, we would like to invite you to join us again on Saturday, March 6th, as the Intrepid also celebrates Women's History Month at our virtual Girls in Science and Engineering Day. We are going to welcome teen, girls, families, school groups, and clubs to join us and other invited organizations to learn about and participate in STEM activities, workshops, discussions, and a whole lot more. So you can visit intrepidmuseum.org/education to learn more all about that. Well, everyone, what a great day it has been, and what a spectacular week we have had together. This sadly brings us to the end of our virtual Kids Week festivities, but be sure to like and subscribe to all of our channels on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch for more exciting content all year round that you can tune into. We at the Intrepid Museum hope that you have had a wonderful time, that you've enjoyed our day, and a big, big thank you to all of our organizations who have participated both today and all week long. So we also hope that you can come visit us in person at the museum here in New York City once we reopen in late March. We have so many incredible stories to share and cool artifacts for you to explore. So be sure to check out our website for updates on our reopening. Well, on behalf of everyone at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, thank you so, so much again for joining us all week for our virtual Kids Week. I know we sure had a lot of fun, and we certainly hope that you did too. So I'm Alicia, signing off for now, and we will see you next time. Have a great rest of your day, everyone. Bye.